Hello, everyone. I'm Dren Hatamata. Welcome to the S&G podcast, where we talk about random shit for shits and giggles and see where it goes. It's about 10 tills. The stream is supposed to be officially starting, so let's wait for about 10 minutes, and then we'll get started. How are you doing tonight? Damn it. All right, make sure I'm being heard. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Awesome. Doesn't sound too bad. Maybe a little echoey. Go ahead and do our troubleshooting before we officially start. I'm gonna start going through some of that music that game companies don't care about us having on, like Sonic and Zelda and Mario and the Metroid girl, Samus. That's her. Got some tea. I'm gonna talk about various topics. Feel free to throw things in the chat if there's something you want me to talk about. I've got a somewhat short list of various things. I don't know how long they'll take. Let's see. Metroid girl. Yeah, the one that does the things. Metroid. Metroid running around, killing all the weird jelly things. That person gets all the chicks. I should have it on low latency, so there shouldn't be too much lag. Let's see if anyone else shows up. Went ahead and went through my sharing spree. Hopefully it'll take. I know what I should do. I should move this to the other screen. Alright. It's a little better. I am still being heard. Yeah. How's my audio? How's my audio coming in? Let's see. This be pop-up and filtering. So far, okay. I'm editing as I'm watching. Okay, cool. That'd be interesting. I'll start up here in about 5 minutes, actually getting into stuff. See if anyone else gets to come by. Everything seems to actually be working right now, so that's plus. I've seen people having nightmarish problems with this sometimes. Alright. Everything good here. Alright. Yeah, I'll definitely have to see if I can't set up a better source for various music. Just that way it's a little less boring when we're on the wait like this. I can do that I might do that tomorrow or tonight after the stream. See if it gets or you know what? If it gets to the point where it's technically after the stream, maybe I'll actually continue the stream and then figure that out on stream. That could be interesting. Hell, I don't even know if maybe I should do a editing thing. But it'll get figured out. I can throw the screen up, I suppose. Maybe. I think we're about at that point. Alright. So once again, hello everyone, I'm Dren Hatamata. Welcome to the S&G podcast, where we talk about random topics for shits and giggles and see where it goes. So I just wanted to do a little bit of an update before we get started. So I haven't been uploading. Well, I think I haven't been uploading. Uploading is gonna be a bit sporadic because I've got almost 2 pages or a page and a half of various things that are bothering the absolute shit out of me. Some that can be actually finished and done. Other things that are abstract and really there's no helping it. So I wrote them down to get a grasp on where I am mentally, and it does help a little bit to write it all down and get it in front of me. So that's interesting. So I'm getting things dealt with. So basically I'm kind of just trying to deal with being an adult and getting shit fixed and done and taken care of, and it's just a mess. But hey, what have you, right? In any case, I'm working on all kinds of things. I do still want to make sure I get content, so every once in a while I'll still make sure to edit something. And videos will come out just as they come out. If I do anything particular or special, well, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I do have plenty of videos that I can edit and post. I just have to actually work on them. Between work and then working on house and then working on getting other things done, and then it's a lot of work. Not much time to rest. I'm not sure when the last time it was when I actually played a game for myself. And I mean, I've been using my channel as an excuse to play video games, basically. Like, it's not even like YouTube's taking anything away. YouTube's the thing granting me the possibility of actually playing video games. That, I mean, part of the purpose was so I could show all my friends all the games I grew up with and played. Well, part of it. That's part of the purpose of it. And then later on, when I get into games I haven't played, those playthroughs ought to be more interesting, with any luck. There's not too much else going around. Job, I've got the job, got the house, a car, and I'm getting other people help. Jesus Christ, cats. Holy shit. Oh. Scared the shit out of me. Assholes. Anyway. Trying to help other people, trying to help myself, and trying to help my household, and trying to get things in priority. Basically the overall synopsis of what I'm trying to do, and unfortunately, working on things with YouTube is kind of low on the roster. Luckily, if I stream every once in a while, it's not so bad. And I mean, it should be good. Oh, what do you think about Kotaku promoting emulating Metroid Dread? Wait, that's a thing? Why would someone emulate? Please don't. Please don't. I want it to be successful. No. I don't have a full story on this. This is me finding out like this is actually a thing now and we didn't see other stuff as a mistake. That's something that's unfortunate. Like emulators are great to a point, but that kind of terrifies me if people are actually going to emulate Metroid Dread, a brand fucking new game. No, I would really prefer it if they didn't. Are they really going to emulate the damn thing? I mean, that kind of takes away from what everyone else. Yeah, I would. That's disappointing to me. I wouldn't want that. That's kind of like if everyone was emulating Kingdom Hearts 3 right when it came out, and then because of that, everyone just emulate it, and now they don't make any money, which means they can't make any more products, which means we never would have got our Sora for Smash. That's kind of how I view this. If it was years from now and they aren't making money off of it, or the money they are making is negligible, then I probably wouldn't care that much. But seeing as this is a brand new release, and the first month or so is like the most important time for it to make its most sales, I think it's really important that it shouldn't be emulated. Actually, you know what? I am on the internet. Why don't I look that up for myself? Oh, what was that? Kotaku. Metroid Dread. What is this? Why? Kotaku is already running on Switch emulators. What do you mean? Wait, what? Wait, is that how it's working? Or Samsung Games generates wonderful attention with it. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, Switch emulators as in that's like how Steam has emulators, I think. Right? Am I wrong? Seriously, correct me if I'm wrong when necessary. I really don't want this to be thing. Okay, Kotaku's stance of hold on, support game emulators. Please don't emulate. Yes. This is so. It is what I'm thinking, isn't it? It is basically pirating. Okay. Oh, come on. No, fuck off. I don't want you. I'm not going to show it on screen because I don't want to do that right now. I don't want to worry about ads and shit and other stuff. All right. Kotaku's trending on social media after the whole article about what is mostly for all the wrong reasons. Many interpret Kotaku's article as encouragement for gamers to go out and pirate the game. It should be noted that PC Gamer and a couple other websites who reported on Metroid Dread simulators, but it was a nugget on Kotaku's article in particular that caught the attention of many. Kotaku has been on another fucking planet. What is this shit? In regards to okay, Kotaku says Metroid Dread is already running great on Switch emulators. Okay, yeah, no, this is not something I want. Listen, I love Metroid. Oh, here's a snarky comment. Won't somebody please think of the small indie publisher Nintendo and their fragile cash reserves? Listen, I know that they're a company that losing money in this case wouldn't be anything major, but that's not the issue. The issue is if everyone can just emulate the game, no one wants to pay for it, and they can just bypass it, then the game doesn't make any money. The company loses money, and because the game doesn't make any money, it doesn't go towards fun. It takes away the funds that go towards making more of those games. Like, I love Metroid. I want to see Metroid Prime 4 in 2045 or whenever. Like, seriously, put yourself in the shoes of an inventor. You invent something and it's great. Then someone else finds a way to make it and make it cheap at no cost to them. So now you're losing that money or something like that. It is effectively the same, but what you were doing with your invention was you were supplemented by a much larger company, and you became part of that bigger company. You still get your pay, but now you risk the potential of losing the ability to create the games that you want to create because someone has basically done the same thing you have, except for way cheaper, little to no cost, and it's just disappointing. You're still hurting a series because if the series doesn't make the money from this game, then there's no incentive for them to keep paying for it. And something like this could take away the Metroid series, and this could be just the end. And I know Metroid Prime 4 has just been delayed so much and been just no, we gotta start back over from the ground up again. I know they've been doing that. That's not. It sucks. I get it. Metroid Prime's great games, but this is not something that will help if you just emulate it. Honestly, I would strongly recommend that it gets taken off and the emulator doesn't uh, hurt Metroid too much. And I mean, there's no doubt games are expensive. Not everyone can afford it. But in this situation, it's not like you have to get the software yourself, understand how to use that software, or put games on it or anything. Like, it's easy for just anyone to do it. Anyone with the capabilities that, like, I'm pretty sure, what is it on Steam or is Kotaku like the actual software? Um, I don't know because I'm not familiar with Kotaku. Is it? What is Kotaku? Why is my computer running slow? Yeah, honestly, I think Nintendo needs to sue them because they are actually taken away. I mean, that's like someone else taking your money away for something you made. Like, even if it's not going to do much as far as their own personal finances, I mean, the principle of the matter is if you set that as the premise, then even if you're in a position where you aren't making that much money and you are independent, oh, great, Kotaku now is emulating your game, which means you can't make money, which means you can't make more games or make that game better. I mean, I think this is one of those situations where you have to set that precedent and that you have to stop them. Now, if they want to, I mean, it's sort of like how if Kiss Anime was used a lot. And I mean, I used it. I've used emulators. And part of the problem, of course, like many people, is affordability. And that was before ugh, the hell? That was before I really knew much about anything. I know now, so now I pay for Funimation. And I really hope they merge with Crunchyroll so I can have access to that library too. But nevertheless, just imagine if you are an indie developer and someone emulates makes your game part of their emulator. You're not making money off of it, which means you can't produce anything. And I mean, this could be detrimental in more than just the indie development. Like, we've had a friend, um, Chronic Spartan. Chronic Spartan made Glow. I could definitely see people trying to emulate that. But you know what? As one of my, I'm not sure if he considers me a friend or not, but he is an acquaintance, I suppose, and I want to support those people. I want to support them. And financially is one of the easiest ways. Now, I know games are like 60, $70, but you gotta realize you don't have to have things right just now. And I think that's where some of it comes down to is a lack of patience. I really don't like the idea of patience being someone else's undoing. I would rather I'd rather wait. Of course, I have I have a level of patience, a level of tolerance of the gods, and I can wait a year and a half or so for a game that I've wanted since the year before when we were told about it. Like with the Switch, I think it was a couple years after uh it came out. I forget when it came out. Maybe it wasn't that long, but I waited till I was at a point where I knew I could get it, and that wait didn't harm it at all. If anything, it heightened the joy I have playing it now. Just imagine. Okay, so just imagine you're back in the day where we didn't have as good access to the internet now as we do. Um, let's say you're in the store, you're in Walmart or some shit. You run around and you see all the games in the case, and you're like, "Oh my god, I want that game." I don't know, maybe it's Luigi's Mansion or Animal Crossing for GameCube, and it's like, "Oh god, it looks so cool. I want it." I didn't have either of those games when they came out. I had them way later. Not only that, they were cheaper, but that being patient for those, for the ones I knew I wanted anyway, that I knew prior that I wanted and not just happened upon them. I really loved it. I really felt like it was shit, what's the word? Damn it. It felt really good. I forget the word, but it felt really good. It felt fulfilling. There we go. It felt more fulfilling to play it. Um, I had the same feeling when I played Breath of the Wild. I had the same feeling when I played. Well, actually, when I got a GameCube, when I got my first GameCube, I was in awe, and it had been. I think the GameCube had been out for a chunk of time. Or maybe I'm wrong, because when my parents got me my first GameCube, that GameCube was during the promotional collectors Zelda Collector's Edition. Where's my cursor? Shit. There it is. All right. I just realized Little Gator has a demo. I don't know what Little Gator is. I'm sorry. When I got my first GameCube, it was a little after. It was for Christmas, and it was during the promotional Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition. With that really stupid, like 15 or 20-second commercial where the guy's holding a sign in front of the GameStop instead of a sword, and he's dressed up in Wind Waker Link's clothes, and it just looks terrible. It was really dumb, and I think they could have done better. Now the actual ad for Wind Waker in and of itself was friggin' badass, if I remember right. Anyway, that's how I feel about that. Kotaku doesn't need to emulate Metroid Dread. It's gonna hurt. Not just for monetary reasons, but because it's a series that I want to have continue, and I don't want it losing money to, go away. All right. in regards to Little Gator, the demo. It's a very adorable game where it kind of plays like Breath of the Wild, but you're just a gator doing tasks in his backyard, or at least that's the feel of it. Okay, that's interesting. I might look into that later. It's always interesting to have games. I think sort of like how we have many different various types of Metroidvania games, and that's its own genre. I think Breath of the Wild, the way that it's open world, for one thing, I don't think it should be like kept as, oh well, everything's just a Breath of the Wild clone. I think it should be considered very genre like. I don't know, because it's like the ultimate open world, I guess. Even more open world to me than say Skyrim, because Skyrim is just, it doesn't feel like you can do as much. You can go around and kill everything, but nevertheless, yeah, that sounds interesting. I'll try and look into that later. All right, so I guess I can go ahead and move on to one of my other topics. I think that's about all I have to say about emulating Metroid Dread, at least for right now. But well, I can talk a little bit about Metroid Dread, my thoughts on it, I suppose. So, Metroid Dread has not as much caught my interest because of hearing about Metroid Prime 4 in general, even though it's still not going to be coming out anytime soon. Um, I am still interested in it because I feel like it's going to do what Metroid Other M failed at, and that's giving you that 2D feel that that you felt when you were playing Super Metroid. I haven't played the remake of Metroid 2 Samus's Return, or the Return of Samus. I have not played it yet, and I really need to. I think I have it. Have I really had it and just not played? God damn it, I'm a terrible gamer. I am sorry. Moving on. Metroid Dread seems really interesting in that it looks like what it's going to do is capture the feel of. Was it Metroid Fusion? I think it was Metroid Fusion, where you had SA-X, the Samus Parasite, or Parasite Samus, or whatever, where it chases you and it's really hard to beat, if beatable at all. That is incredibly interesting. Metroids always seem to have a really good knack at providing atmosphere, and I think that game's atmosphere is going to be top notch. If you've ever played the Metroid Prime games, and I definitely recommend it, I think you'll feel very much enraptured into the worlds that it has to provide, like Talon 4. Talon 4 is absolutely gorgeous, even for the GameCube. I could still go back and play it, and I mean, Go, you've seen some of the game, but I've showed you the game. Like, I don't know your thoughts entirely. I know you said it's really interesting, but I don't think you realize when I look at it, I'm still looking at it like, oh my god, this game's gorgeous. Fuck you, Skyrim. I'm sorry, Skyrim is kind of one tone at a time to me. It's still a good game, but it's gorgeous. It's colorful. It's the music encapsulates me and immerses me into the game. And because of the way the story is told, you never feel like you're stagnant. You might feel like you're stuck, but I don't get that feeling of stagnation. And I think as far as Metroid Dread's going, I think Metroid Dread will be similar as a combination of the immersion of Metroid Fusion with fear and whatnot, with the good feeling gameplay of Super Metroid, and the epicness that we were shown with Metroid 2 Return of Samus remake. Another thing, and I might as well go ahead and continue with this topic, talking about, new Nintendo things happening, as requested by Mr. Garaga Games, or SP. Let me make sure I got that. Why? Graphics card. Just be. Yeah, Nintendo stuff. New Nintendo stuff. Yeah, we'll talk about that. So we've had a recent update for Smash, and I'm sure, no matter how soon I could have talked about it, even if it was right after I knew, it still would have been way too late. So I'm still gonna jump in it anyway. Sora is now in Super Smash Brothers. In fact, can someone take a screenshot of the current Super Smash Brothers roster and send it back in time to the people who are playing Super Smash Brothers Melee just after the whole Sonic and Tails hoax? I might have to refresh you on the Sonic and Tails hoax. So in Super Smash Brothers Melee, after you got all the characters, it looked like there was still 2 open slots where characters could be achieved, because you didn't see any characters or you didn't see all of the slots, actually. It was like you saw some of the slots that you knew you could unlock, and then after that there was still more. Well, on the bottom row, two spaces, one on each end, were unfilled. So it was like, wait, what goes there? And the way the rumor went was that you had to beat Cruel Melee, you had to beat 100 of them at least, and then you would unlock Sonic and Tails. Well, when people started actually beating the damn thing, at long last, people were able to put that to rest and say, no, bro, you can't. It's not there. It was a hoax. My God, was that a dark time. Do you know how many people had to go through so much frustration, so many hours of trying to beat that, getting like to 97 in Cruel Melee and then dying? If you're not familiar with Cruel Melee is basically the level 9s, but jacked up to like level 11. And there's 3 of them. And they come, one dies, another one comes. Holy shit, it is tough. It is very tough, and I am terrible at the game as it is. I don't think I've won a single game. Jorgogo's game fucking chill for Smash, because I suck. But that hoax would have had everyone like, no, nothing else is going to be like that. So if you took a screenshot of the current up-to-date now, or at least when Sora comes out, you took a screenshot of that and say, hey, send it back in time to the Smash era, to the Smash Melee era, everyone would call you fucking crazy. In fact, I wouldn't doubt if someone went around saying, yo, all these characters gonna be in it. This how it's gonna work. And everyone would call you a friggin' nut job and say, no, dude, get away from me. You smell like cheese. I don't know why. Yeah, just imagine being young, finding that, and being told Sora's gonna be in Smash Brothers. Keep in mind, when my friends and I were young, before we even knew Super Smash Brothers was a thing, we were contemplating like, oh man, wouldn't it be awesome if we could fight all the characters against each other throughout the Nintendo games or video games in general? And then all of a sudden, Super Smash Brothers comes out, and then Super Smash Brothers Melee, and we're like, what? No way! Holy crap, what? Is Nintendo sending robots to the future to listen in on us and do the things? I swear, there's so many times where we'd have an idea, and then like a year later it comes out. It was ridiculous. But that's what happened. That's what would happen. You would be called crazy and an idiot and said, let's see, there's Street Fighter. No one would have believed that. Fire Emblem, they probably would have believed. I mean, there was Roy and Marth in Melee, so they would have believed that. They would not have believed Minecraft had it existed before 2011. They definitely wouldn't have believed that. They wouldn't have believed any Final Fantasy character would have been it. Not Dragon Quest at all. That wouldn't have been it. Like anything that isn't a Nintendo property. Mega Man. Fucking Mega Man. That one would not have been believed. The idea of having Mega Man. Like, just imagine if they actually do make another Smash game, which I'm really not confident they are. I think they're just going to go with making more outfits to update with. Which, I mean, I guess. I mean, you got a Geno outfit, but we want Geno for Smash, and most people don't know who Geno is unless they played Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars for Super Nintendo, which I'm still trying to convince all my friends to play, even though they don't really have good access to it. But now the Game Grumps play it, so now you can watch it and have fun. I'm playing it, whatever. We could also use various other people like shit. Chrono from Chrono Trigger. My god, that would have been awesome. That would have been really awesome. But, I mean, there's more licensing from that. And of course, Disney wouldn't have, they wouldn't just let, oh, Sora, you're going to be in Smash, and, be cool with it. Oh, but Donald and Goofy, they're staying behind. And also, is Sora actually out, or was that just the reveal? Because I have no idea. I really don't. I'm a bit confused on it. Because I don't pay attention to it much. But Smash definitely has my eye on it, so I'm just sitting there. I'm going to boot it up every once in a while. It's like, is Sora here? Can Sora come out to play? My mom said it was okay to play. Just to check with you first. I still think it sucks that they couldn't have any imagery for Donald and Goofy. In fact, I'm surprised that, at least as of right now, the way I'm seeing it, it looks like there is still the Mickey Mouse emblem on the Keyblade. I'm not sure that's going to stay there. I think that's going to get changed. I think that's going to turn probably into the Super Smash Brothers emblem before long. I don't see that staying. And I think they're going to get rid of anything that looks like Mickey Mouse that might be on his person. I think that's the only thing, though. But everything else will probably stay. Of course, even though you would have expected them to be like, oh, okay, Smash. Your ultimate Smash would have Donald and Goofy, right? No, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. At least as far as I know. I have not watched everything on what Sora's supposed to be able to do. I haven't seen his ultimate Smash or whatever. Or if I don't even know if anyone's had or if they released it. I am very behind on this stuff because I don't care enough to keep up with it because I can be just as happy when it comes and I just find out. But yeah, that's really interesting. I think that's really interesting that if you were to take a screenshot or a snapshot of the current roster and send it back in time on the Melee days, everyone would call you a friggin' idiot and say, that's impossible. That's not true! Fun times. Actually, recently I bought my wife a Switch Lite. Is that what I'm going to set her up with her stuff. With her account and everything. Gonna get all the games on there and whatnot. And then we'll be able to do that. So that was fun. So that was nice. Oh, the hell? Whatever. One of the things that I really want to try and do is I need to figure out. I actually need to look at a list, just a huge, massive list of like all games ever, and figure out what games I want to get and what games I want to search for and what games are coming out. Like basically just write down everything I want. I used to do that because I had like Nintendo Power, and that was how I was like, oh, all these games. I'm gonna write this one down, and I want this one, and I want that one. Oh man, it was great. It was great. I miss Nintendo Power. I really do. Nintendo Power was something that was incredibly influential to me because I would look in there, and it was actually one of the things that inspired me to try and draw stuff. Uh, because they used to do like a lot of YouTubers now where they show fan art. You could send your art of like Toad or Mario's, Link and Zelda, whatever you wanted. You could send your fan art to Nintendo Power, and they would feature it. They would feature like I don't know, a couple pages, like 4 or 5 pages of various art, and like some of it you could tell, oh, this was done by someone very seasoned, and this is someone just starting out. This is someone who's about mid-level. It was really cool. It was really cool, and I was at a point where I really wanted to try and send a bunch of stuff and send my artwork in as a young kid. And I hate that, as far as I know, Nintendo Power just isn't really a thing. I think it's electronic now, isn't it? To me, that's really sad. I don't want it to be electronic. I want the physical. I would love to go back and get all of the Nintendo Power issues and replace any of mine that suck. I think you can do that now, can't you? I don't know. I remember they had a thing where you could actually order back issues, but you had to pay for them each. So, I mean, one left might be like 10 or something bucks. So you're for each issue you have to pay that much per issue. It's like, all right, fine. Oh yeah. What else is going on with Nintendo? I know I've been keeping up with a little bit on Minecraft and its updates, but that's not just Nintendo. Um, what else? Is there anything else going on with Nintendo that I don't know about right now? Like I said, I don't really keep up with the news much. I just like having the games and playing the games and all that jazz. If not, I'll move on to something else. Give it a minute or two. Give myself a good sippy sip. Maybe get some more tea. Hmm. Yeah, I'd say Nintendo has been something I've appreciated for a couple decades now. Uh, it's definitely been my favorite series or my favorite company, and I know they have their own, you know, bunch of shady shit that they've done, and you're fair to criticize that. And if you don't want to support them, I can't blame you. I don't even know much about it, but I love the games. The games mean a lot to me. I've grown up with it, and it's it's just astounded me over the years how well it's grown. Not everything's been perfect. I mean, let's face it, Skyward Sword just didn't have the feel that I was hoping for. Um, I'm not going to say it's a bad game, but I am going to say that Skyward Sword had that rich kid feel, that rich, entitled kid feel. You know, like, just because you have the name, you're automatically a Zelda game. You automatically get great game status. And I mean, it's all right. I think it could have done a lot better. But overall, you get little things like that. Some of the Mario games are like that. Um, Metroid Other M had a similar thing. I think it had a similar problem. It was definitely experimental, and I'm not sure if it was as good as it could have been. Um, Star Fox, yeah, it had some downs. I know that much. And it's God, it's a damn shame it had those downs because I love that series for reasons. Shut up! Don't judge me. Uh, Apparently a lot of people didn't like Star Fox Adventures, and I haven't played all the games. I know there's Star Fox Zero, which is supposed to be a remake of like Star Fox 64, but it didn't do well. I guess like it really did poorly. I don't know. I find that odd. Um, Whenever I think about games doing poorly, I try and think of an example of each series that I would enjoy because I want to try and put myself kind of down to earth and realistic. Because I think every series is going to have its bomb or, least liked. Nintendo certainly hasn't had. Nintendo. It's not like Nintendo's had only gems. If they did, it would probably be boring if they had nothing but good games. Because you wouldn't have anything as much to compare to. As far as something being bad, so you can appreciate your better games. That's part of the reason I keep all my bad games. Like, I kind of make it a point to myself that I never give games back. I never trade in games because those bad games help you understand. And if I get to the point where like I come back and play it, I'll understand why to me that's a bad game. And it'll remind me and help me appreciate the other games that I like more. I think that's worked out really well for me. All right, I don't know much about the Nintendo news lately. I got a Switch and I got stuff. I know there's supposed to be Switch Pro and they're supposed to be doing something about better Joy-Cons. I still need to get like 80 sets of Joy-Cons because friggin' Joy-Con drift. I think I might just stick to the Pro pads and the GameCube controllers. GameCube controllers are awesome. Actually, you know what? I would love to get a one of those modded GameCube controllers, but for Switch. I wonder if that's possible. From I got a buddy who makes custom controllers and high performance controllers. They're they're real pricey. To get one from him is gonna cost me about between like $120 to $400 per controller, and he's making money from it. He's getting people that buy them. He has plenty of people that buy him. He has made a solid business. He makes money, and I would definitely love to have some of those. And I wonder if the Switch version of the GameCube controllers could be modded the same way. It'd be cool. All right, so when I asked earlier, a couple days ago or so, I asked, what are some things you want me to talk about on stream, on SNG, or if I did stream? And someone said D&D. So I think I can go on plenty of tangents with that. Okay. I want to ask this because I would like to think in the future people would watch this. So how many of you are familiar with Dungeons and Dragons? Because I would still consider myself fairly recent as far as how much time I've actually played D&D. Although I've been playing for a couple, has it been a couple years? It's been at least a year. A friend of ours got us into D&D, and we've been trying to play ever since. And it got down to where we were the only, where me, my wife, and our roommate were the only ones that were consistently able to be around because we live in the same house. So what I decided to do was, okay, we really should complete a campaign. And so what we did was we got our original character sheets, or what we could find of it, and that's what we used to complete the campaign. We started out with a no-kill campaign. I just wanted to start. It was the Lost Mines of Fandelver, whatever. Lost Mines of Fandelver campaign. The starter set, not the essential set, the starter set. And through that, we learned a lot. We learned a lot and figured out how we like to play. Figured out what kind of things we like to play as far as how we interact, I guess. And we decided, all right, we're going to go through this. We're going to figure out the game. And when we get back to it, like to playing another game, which I'll get into that here in a little bit, we'll not only will be more prepared, but we also want to keep these characters and make sure that this is something we invest in and keep these characters in the loop as canonical for kind of our world building. So we fall in love with our characters. Even I have a character in game, and I have been very careful not to be. It's basically a DM NPC, a dungeon master. It's a DMPC, dungeon master playable character. So I am one of the characters in game. I have my character sheet and everything. This presents a problem. It's very hard not to metagame. You want to play your character the way they're supposed to be played, but you really can't. Because for your character to be able to say much, you can't reveal what you already know about the story. You're the DM, you know what's going to happen next. You know what's going to be where. So I was very, very careful. I was very careful with how I presented this character and what this character could actually know, and versus how much I know. So I use this character basically as a very, very vague means of helping to progress. And I'm not sure I should have even done that much. But basically what I was doing was I left my PC in the background. My PC was not the leader, and I was very strict on that. Said, I'm not going to lead. If you need me to be in front or you need me to open door, you tell me. Because since I'm the DM, I can't lead the story. I need to be the one presenting the story. And I think I found a really good balance, at least with this, but aside from making like external characters that are actually NPCs as opposed to playable characters, what I plan to do what I plan to do is this is going to be the only character that I play while I'm as a DM. And once we're done with these characters, and we're kind of hoping that what we do with them is go all the way to like level 20. And that be it. And with any luck, I don't have to play another... Oh, shit. I need some coffee. I won't play another game with my own PC. I will play only external characters, and if there's any reason they end up getting another character to come along that isn't going to be with them permanently, or comes in and out but helps them fight and stuff, then I'll do that. But I'm not going to have just an entire PC. But that'll be a long time from now. As of right now, I said this earlier, I am currently working on a campaign that I'm hoping will be level 5 to level 10. I need to figure out what I'm going to do, and there's going to be a ton of thinking on the fly. And I think what I'm going to do where there won't be as much specific encounters to go to as there will be random encounters and things. And I'm going to do everything based on I'm going to do everything level ups based on module. And then I got to hope I can balance it. At the end of Mines of Phandelver, we were level 5, or we became level 5. So that's how we're going to start off. So there's going to be some growth in between, and I can't reveal too much. But what I will reveal is that so of course the character I'm playing, and this is probably no shock to you guys, I'm playing Dren Hatamata, a Dragonborn fighter. He's 6'4" and 12 years old. Not exactly the combination of physical traits that you would expect. A big ass Dragonborn, and he's 12. So I decided to form up a relatively simple backstory to explain what's going on and why he's like that. And because all our characters have their own backstory, there's also like a pretty substantial conflict in the background. That conflict being something that probably needs to be stopped and can be stopped. And what we'll do is we'll take each other's backstories and we will solve them. We will solve the problems in our backstories, basically. Making us, I guess, the backstory trio. Kaltuna's character is Clementine, and she has... It's basically her son now. Clementine, her son, is now a goblin named Droop, who will have now been trained as a paladin, a goblin paladin. He's becoming a strong young lad. We made a character sheet for Droop. He's going to be level 3. So he's going to be a little bit... So I got to compensate. He's going to be a little bit behind everyone else. And maybe I'll just make it he's constantly a level behind until it gets into the later levels where the amount of experience they're gaining is negligible as far as a gap. So that way it's not like, oh, well, if we're going to do modular leveling up, or milestone level ups, well, I mean, I guess I can do whatever I want with that. I mean, we'll figure it out, but I think it's really interesting. And I gotta say, I really love D&D, and I've actually really enjoyed being a dungeon master, or game master, if you will. It's become really insightful to see the development of a game basically in real time and how people actually interact with each other and with the scenery that you put around. Now, of course, I'm far from perfect. In fact, I'd say I'm still quite terrible. There's still a lot I gotta figure out because I need to learn better descriptions and I need to learn a little more on what I need my players to be able to see. I would love to be able to get to a point where I can play without necessarily needing a map on the excuse me, I'm sorry. I'd like to be able to do that without necessarily needing a map laid out in front of us. To where, like, once we go into combat we can, but I don't want to necessarily have a map where we actually have to say, okay, I'm going here, or something like that. And it's just complicated because you got to know a lot about how to explain something, and I'm not that good at that. I'm not good at explaining things. I can teach someone something, but it's normally something concrete. I can teach someone math. I can teach someone how to fix helicopters, I guess. I can't really explain how scenery sounds, looks, feels necessarily enough to put that into someone's head. We would like to, if we ever could, actually have more to do with other people playing. That would be fantastic. But getting that consistency in groups is the part that's hard to do. If we can, what we'll probably try and do is figure out how playing over the intranet works. I mean, we got Discord. We got we got Discord. We got various other things like we could all get on Zoom, I guess, and I have never used Zoom, so I have no idea how the hell that works. There's Roll20. There's various tools like World Anvil and stuff like that. I don't have any sponsorships, but I am interested in them. The only problem is I don't have the stuff for the free versions that allow me to do all the things that I would be interested in doing. So I'm kind of stuck where I'm at as far as creating and setting up campaigns or one-shots or something like that. Another thing I'm trying to learn is thinking on the fly. Thinking on the fly is a pain in the butt because you don't know what anything's going to do. It's just a roll of the dice. Okay. Now, what can I say about the campaign I'm trying to create now? The campaign I'm trying to create now is following Dren's backstory. Now, Dren's backstory, and this isn't anything that's going to ruin the campaign for anyone, for either of my people who are going to be in it. His backstory is that generic one from the book where an evil tyrant was, there was an evil tyrant who ran you out of the kingdom and will do anything to kill you. Okay, alright. Sure, we'll go with that. Well, I'm going to build on that. Basically, that tyrant is still there, still wants to kill me, but he really needs to be stopped. Well, what are we to do? What can we do? What could we possibly do to fix this situation? I'll tell you. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take him out. Because his reign of terror has to end. Dren, in his backstory, what has happened is when he was young, very young, he was a very large person. He was very large as a boy. He grew very tall very quickly, became very strong. It was like he had growth spurts super early. Not just a growth spurt, but his muscles expanded. But he got really tall and everything. For whatever reason. Well, because of the town, he is very much a subclass, basically. His race is not a race that is very much appreciated. Very much linked to like prejudices and stuff like that. He's a dragonborn. Well, he's not always seen as just a child. And he enlisted into a resistance. And through that resistance, he ended up getting put in jail. When he was put in jail, at some point there was a large event that ended up with a bunch of prisoners escaping. A friend of his that he met along the way helped him escape. And not long after that, Dren had been basically alone for a long time. And at the point that he comes to Fandelver, or well, I guess it'd be Neverwinter first. He went to Neverwinter, and I just trying to make a little bit of money here and there, because it's hard to live without that, right? Right. Okay. So you have the money. You have the option to try and do this job to make money at the beginning of Mines of Fandelver, and you take on the job not just yourself, but with a couple other people that also decide to take the job. Um, well, that's basically what's happened. He's basically an escaped convict at this point. Thanks to his strength, he's been able to survive, and he's been treated like an adult. And yes, he has had alcohol, and no one is the wiser. One of the things that we learned about Dren is because he is still basically a child, despite having gone through these hardships, he was found one night in an inn while resting in Fandelver, or Phandalin. He was found crying at night by Clementine. Clementine had to ask what was going on, and Sybil, our other player, had gotten up and heard and started hearing it themselves, but they didn't do anything to. But Sybil didn't do anything to actually interrupt the conversation. But Dren was crying because he's still just a child. Like, seriously, he is still just a child. This is a lot to take in. Go wait. This is a lot to take in. He has killed people. He has killed monsters. He's killed goblins. He is still terrified of this stuff. Like, as much as he's had to endure, as much as it sounds like he's, a wise young man, it was only out of necessity that he had to be like that. It was basically how he survived. In order to survive, he had to adapt a way of thinking that was not necessarily preferable, if you get my drift. Just imagine, being super young, having to kill people. A lot of people, I'm sure, probably say, oh, I could handle it. I'm not convinced you are. I'm not convinced you can handle it. I don't think I would have been able to handle it. But if someone ever does, I just have to say that. One of the things that Dren Hatamata, as far as in our D&D campaign, tries to do is he's trying to get stronger so he can take down the tyrant. At the end of Lost Mines of Fandelver, he has decided that he's going to go back and see what's going on. And so he leaves the group to go back to the kingdom he once ran from. Because of his already massive strength at the time, he was seen as a very dangerous threat. And him being a dragonborn means that he's very easy to spot. Which means it probably is going to be hard for him to do anything closely. That's like of all the people that are around you, you're the only blue person or the only green person. And you're trying to hide. It's not going to be easy. So, yeah, there's going to be a huge thing between this town. There's going to be Sybil's area, which is going to be an archipelago, where 3 main islands are connected, and there's a volcano. And there's basically something known as the family. That's going to be an interesting development, where they are basically an assassin syndicate. Very powerful assassin syndicate. Despite them technically not being in charge, they're in charge. As far as Clementine's backstory, her backstory is, from what we can tell, it's very strange that it's a very peaceful town, yet for whatever reason, the reason being unknown, no one seems to be okay with anything much different than a human. For some reason, humans are the most that's there, and if there is a tiefling or tiefling, they are seen as monstrous, demonic. Although this is a very holy type area. The main building is a church, but head priest, the head priest and owner of the church, is completely fine with those types of outsiders. There is no problem as far as he's concerned, but the people remain wary. When Clementine was young, her mother was a demon, and her father was human, and they had a child, and her mother had to retreat back to the depths of hell, while her father, I believe, was executed or ran away. And for years, the monastery or the church had, or the cathedral, I'm not sure how far that goes. I can't remember. But that church raised her for as long as they could without the townspeople knowing about it. Well, evidently the wrong person found out, spread the word, and they came after her. Clementine had to run away and get to safety. Clementine is a cleric and tries her best to see the beauty in all things. She doesn't like conflict, and she doesn't like anyone to have to get hurt when possible. But be wary, because she's also not afraid to kill someone if it means saving the people in danger. If she needs to, people will die. She won't back down from that, but she won't enjoy it either. Dren is fairly simple in that regards. Um, Dren is not afraid to. Dren is afraid of death still from being young. However, he's not necessarily afraid to kill, but he's terrified of. He can kill in the moment, but it weighs heavy on him. If that makes any sense. Sybil is there's not very much known. Sybil is a drow elf, a dark elf basically, and a and a rogue. The family is made up of the family was something that Sybil had ties in with. She became one of the top assassins, and in that time had killed many people, and was able to kill basically without any care in the world. Do it with no emotion whatsoever, no remorse, no hurt. Killing someone was like frying an egg. It was like throwing away a piece of paper. It just didn't matter if they died. So the family would send her on those missions. Well, at some point, they adopted a few other children. So the family seems to adopt children and to get them into their syndicate so they can teach them while they're young. Are you familiar with Ninja Assassin? Think of it like that, where they kidnap children and train them to become assassins. It's similar to that. Well, Sybil got to a point where all of a sudden she started gaining a conscience. At the point where these two siblings that were under her, she didn't want them to die, and she also didn't want them to have to endure killing people. She didn't want them to be assassins. And all of a sudden, it became much harder to kill anyone. Puzzled, Sybil had a hard time being able to kill a certain person that the family desperately wanted dead. Had she been in the right state of mind, it would have been no contest. It would have been no problem. And he would have been dead. But because of this, but because of this new sense of consciousness, she had to get out. She had to leave. She had to take her siblings with her. In the attempts of trying to get out, despite being the top assassin, having to fight many of the other top assassins, she wasn't in a position where she could win. When in a fight, while trying to get her siblings out, she got very badly hurt. And because of having to recover from that, she received scarring, like burn marks, and she basically had to start from square one. She had to regain the strength that she was able to use when she was an assassin. Now, the next thing is making sure that her siblings stay safe and that the family goes down. And that's basically the stories that we're going to be going through. That's what we plan to try and run through. If we could have had a point where we could actually properly record all that stuff, it would have been fucking great. Alas, we're not really in a position where we can do that properly. Yeah, I know it sucks, but I mean, that's the ropes. One day we'll get the equipment for that, and then we're gonna do mine. We're gonna do my backstory and clear that up, so that way I can have a lot less to do with the story, because this is gonna be the most engaging one for Dren, and I still can't lead. So Clementine has basically been a huge chunk of who leads. So Clementine has become the leader of our group. We're gonna do Sybil's after Dren's. I can build that one a lot better, and then it's gonna be Clementine's. Clementine's is gonna be very hard to do because, as it seems, everything is at peace, but we know there's something not right about that. What is it? We don't know. We gotta figure that out. Let me move this over. Okay. Now that's gonna be something that, as far as making that, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard because you're talking about a place that is completely peaceful, but something's not right. Because them being prejudiced against those people like Dragonborn, Tiefling, and Drow Elves doesn't make sense. Not if these people are really that nice. So that's going to be interesting, and this is for me, Cat. For me, this is going to be learning how to do world building. So, for the most part, at least with Dren's, I can do all of it by myself as far as learning how to build the world. But Clementine's and Sybil's are going to be a lot harder because I'm going to have to be constantly asking them, hey, how's this world work? How's this supposed to look? And I have to get enough information to build it, and then I can start working around it and making other characters. But I'm probably going to have to get them for certain key characters that they would have to know about. Key locations and stuff like that. They would know the layout of what's around, and then I can build from that. Right now, where Dren is, there is, um, oh god, dip, cat, no, please, I'm sorry. Right now, where where Dren's backstory will lead us, we have there is a huge citadel. The citadel is separated into 8 districts, and um, these districts are basically very classist. Like, if you're not in the right class, then, well, I guess it's not really that classist, but where you live kind of determines how much respect people will give you. Unless you're outside, which technically would be a ninth district, but because of who they are, being dragonborn, tieflings, I think gnomes, uh, drow elves, and things like that that are less humanistic. Those stay outside of town. So again, there's another thing having to do with a very supremacy fueled nation. So if you're not mostly human like a regular elf or a dwarf or something, or or if you're human, you're fine, then it's gonna be hard. Orcs generally stay out of it, but they're more likely to be in it because they can join the military. And these various districts they have their purposes and they have their stances. And basically, the further in you go, the more wealthy they get. Um, but yeah, working on that so far has been really good. There's a few more things I need to do, a few more things I need to develop, and then I'll actually be able to run it. And then everything else I can think of on the fly. Basically, what I'm trying to do is get just enough that I can write the rest of the groundwork as we go, which might be the best way to do it. I hope so. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? You guys think any of that was interesting? Would any of you guys probably do something like that you know of? Have you done something like that? I don't know. I'm hoping time from now someone will come back and watch this and then be like, "Oh yeah, that was cool." And then I'll be like, "Yeah, awesome. I made someone think it was cool." And then there's going to be someone else who's going to be like, "Nah, dude, I've seen so many campaigns like that. Why'd you do that?" And then I'm going to be like, "Oh." But yeah, D&D. Definitely trying to build it is so different than trying to play it. And I'm setting up for my characters, and being a DM with a PC makes it a lot harder. Especially when now I'm building a campaign around said character and I'm trying not to be metagamey or anything like that. Which means I have to create things that Dren himself wouldn't know about. It's a mess. What are your thoughts on D&D? Is there anything that you want me to cover as far as something about D&D? Because I'm not much sure I have too much else to say aside from, hey, I'm a dice goblin. I've got tons of dice. I just don't have much else because we haven't played that much. We have various campaigns. We just got the Rick and Morty campaign set, or whatever. We have the essential set that I hope will be nice. Get out of there, cat! Why? And eventually those will be played. And one of the things I am really interested in is when we get to actually make our new characters. Right now, we've fallen in love with the characters we've made thus far, and we want to see them to the end. if you will. I don't know if other people generally do that. From what I hear, a lot of people will play up until the point that they don't enjoy it anymore. And apparently, that's like a lot of people don't play past level 10 or 15. Part of the reason because at that point they become so powerful that it's just hard to make a balanced fight where it's actually a challenge. Or you make them too overpowered and the challenge is too great and it's still not fun. And you're just like, I can't win. But I'm learning. I'm learning the D&Ds. I'm learning the do's and don'ts. I'm learning the rock throwing stuff. I can throw my math rocks. Oh man, I do recommend D&D to anyone, I guess. I can teach someone how to play D&D with 2 dice. What I would do is I wouldn't worry about too much as far as class or race. I would just have them, all right, write your name down. You will have basic stats. Um, we'll just do 10 with everything. We'll just do that or something like that. And with that, you'll get a d20 and you'll get a d6. And then you have, I would give them 20 to 25 health. And then I would just start from there. And I would probably start where, like, okay, if it's at my house, all right, you're at my house. Is there anything you want to do? You want to look around or anything? Basically, I would try and get them to interact with something. And then I would say, okay, they're, oh, can I look at the shelf? Sure. You look at the shelf. You don't really notice anything particular besides the miscellaneous crap that's on it. And then I would do like something like, you hear clicking outside. You don't know what it is, but it seems to be just outside the door. And then they would go on. It's like, oh, well, can I see what's there? Sure. If you want to open the door, by all means. And, go from there. They open the door, and they don't seem to see anything, but they hear the clicking again around the corner. And so, just following something. I could teach them how to do that. And then if they get to a point where they're getting in combat, like, say, after hearing the clicking for like the 3rd time around another corner, they follow it and they get attacked. Well, now you can do a dexterity check to see if you jump out of the way. Agility. It's like, are you able to jump out in time? And not so much, can you, but do you react fast enough? If you do, roll initiative, and then you can roll them through combat. And you can also start teaching them about, I can teach someone with 2 dice. I can teach someone how to play D&D right at the mechanics without going through making a character and going through a whole mess of stuff because when you make your first character, it's interesting to make a character, but going through the book for the first time like that and going back and forth, that's really taxing and it makes it a lot harder to get into D&D. So I would just say, write your name down. I need you to write, your 6 stats, and then, your initiative is +1. Your armor is 11. Something like that. Your armor class is 11. You have standard distance you can take, so 30 feet. And that's how I would do it. I would set everything to a very neutral standard. You are barehanded as of right now. And that way, you're not taking away from the feeling of the game. That way, you jump into the game and you can say, all right, this is how it's played. And I don't know, maybe you run them like, all right, they want to get in the car and drive to the store. They need to get medical supplies, something like that. You get to the store, all the lights are out. This isn't normal because it should be open. It's 2 hours before they would have closed. They get to the door, or they walk up to the door and realize the glass has been smashed. All the lights are out save for a few select lights in various areas. It keeps the store very dimly lit. That's probably how I would do things. I think that'd be fun. What do you think? Do you think you could learn D&D like that? Move this pop filter a little bit. I think I would have appreciated that. All right. Let me know if there's anything else you want me to talk about in regards to D&D. I think I'm about to talk about dogs. Dogs are fun. I've had a handful of dogs throughout my lifetime. Many have gone by. My brother had a few dogs named after Greek gods, I believe. Loki, Isis. There's Twinkle Toes. They named their cats after Star Wars things, or some of them. So there was Vader, Yoda, there was Pandora, Zeus. Yeah, a lot of Greek gods. Not sure if they had too much others like that. My dad had plenty of puppers. There was Tag, Friday, Tuesday, Delilah. There's Tippy, Solo, Patches, who we also called Panda. And there's Cece and Snoopy, or Easy Button, that we used to call him. Yeah, we've had a lot of dogs over the years. And God, dogs are just so nice. Right now we have 6 cats, so it's not really feasible for us to have a dog. We just don't have the space for them, unfortunately, and that really sucks. But you want to know something that doesn't suck? When you do have a dog and a cat and whatnot, and it's all great and gravy, they all try to sit on you even though you're trying to get up so you can take a shower, and it's like, fine, 5 more minutes. Yeah, it's a hell of a feeling, man. It's a hell of a feeling. Now, just imagine when you have that feeling. You can go round and round and round, and that dog will always be ready to see you, and the cat will always be ready to cuddle with you. Until they don't. And if I was gonna get a dog, and I had a choice on what breed, I would probably get what was it, Shiba Inu? I think that's what I'd get. They're just so cute and like regal and stuff. The only problem is I don't think we have a very good climate for them. I think they prefer colder climates. I remember we used to walk the dogs when I was going up to go to school, and we would have Friday and Tuesday on leashes, and we'd go up the hill, and we would wait for the bus because our driveway was like a quarter mile or so in order to get to the top. It was always fun. It was always nice to walk up with the dogs and everything, then see them off, and then my mom takes them back down. Um, And after a while, we stopped doing that, and I just walked up and down by myself. Didn't have to worry about it. And I've pretty much lived with dogs most of my years. Cared for dogs and whatnot. Gave them baths, which still a nightmare because despite how much someone might tell you dogs like water, it seems like they don't here. Can't spray them with water without them acting like a cat and trying to jump away from it and going, no! Ah, fun times, right? Fun times. And I gotta be honest, since we've moved to the house we're in now, we've had various dogs come and go just outside, and we never know who they belong to. And sometimes we'll give them food or give them a treat or something. And yeah, it's nice. It's nice to be able to see them every once in a while, pet a few puppers, go into someone else's house and pet their dogs. Ah, it's nice. If I've got some friends who want to try and get Labradors. They're easy to train. They're very safe for kids or whatnot. Um, God, we've had so many dogs. I know when we go to adopt dogs or we go to find dogs, we're not very picky, and generally we'll take a dog. Like, we're not gonna be too worried about the breed in and of itself. In fact, it's the same way that with our cats. Like, the actual breed of cat didn't really matter. So we've adopted most of our cats, or we just found them through various less preferable reasons and stuff. Like Shao, a black and white short hair cat. Oh God, I'm sorry. Shao we found just kind of tossed out of a Shao was apparently tossed out of a window, and we found her at Walmart. And um, my wife and I walked inside, and we decided, you know what, if that cat's still out there, we'll go ahead and take her. And so we did. Still out there, and animal control came up right then. It's like, well, if you're gonna take her, everything's all good. And I was like, oh, cool. And that's how we got Shao. And her full name is Xiao Miao Mi, which I typed in little kitty in Chinese, and that's what came up. Xiao Miao Mi. And that's what I named her. Calypso we adopted from PetSmart. We actually saw her like 2 years ago, or something like, or more. Damn it. Excuse me. We adopted her years ago, and we found her in PetSmart, and it was about $99. I didn't have the money then to be able to do much, and through after some time, she wasn't there at that PetSmart anymore. Well, I didn't see her, and then finally, like another year goes by, and she's back. We're like, holy crap, this is the same cat. And it was then that we decided, you know what, let's adopt her. And they were like, okay, fill out the paperwork, and so we did. Socks is another cat that was adopted from a local shelter. One that was one of the ones where you have to go through the courthouse and pay there. Oh, and sign everything there. It was pretty nice. Um, Gracie is another cat that was adopted from a different shelter, and Gracie's fairly old and a little frail. And at the shelter, she seemed like she was old and just didn't really want to do anything. Well, when she got to our house, she just sprung up. She really did. She sprung up, and now she's super lively. She loves cuddling and stuff. She loves getting pat. She bothers us if I'm on the John, if I'm on the porcelain throne, if I'm in the Jacks. I'm sitting down. yeah, I'll get a few paws on my shoulder, like, pet me, daddy, pet me. And I'm like, why now? Why not the other times? Um, yeah, and like, she's probably the oldest out of everyone. So, oh, excuse me. So, if anything happens, it'll likely be with her, but we're going to take care of her and give her a good life for as long as we can. And, let's see. We've got Farah. Farah came from a friend of ours who was in a situation where they couldn't keep cats. Their mother was allergic, which really sucks because it's not like it's the cat's fault for being born. Can't blame the cat. So Farah, named after Farah from Overwatch, now lives with us. And is a very hardy little girl. And she gets all over the place. She's a hardy little girl. She's become the beautiful Chonkers that we know today. Isn't that right? Where'd you go? Used to, she was jumping around. She's not jumping around as much anymore now that she's gotten older. And then another friend found a cat that was abandoned in her bushes. And go figure, it's in Troy, and she wasn't in a position where she could keep any pets or any more pets because it's like another $100 deposit or so. Well, what would happen? What happened is I was at work. My wife made a judgment call, Caltuna, and she said, "We'll take the kitten." And the kitten was really cuddly, loved licking the person holding her, loved getting on your shoulder, getting all over the place. It's having just all kinds of fun. And we named her Momosuke. Um, at first we didn't know if it was a boy or girl. We know now in post, but I was saying, how about Momosuke if it's a girl and Momonosuke if it's a boy? It's a One Piece thing. Some people might know it if they decide to catch up on 1,000 episodes. Uh, and yeah, and now we have 6 cats. Oh, excuse me. Probably in about 10 minutes, I'm going to do an intermission. I think I'm going to get a cup of coffee. Because, god damn it, I am having a hard time staying awake. Well, not staying awake, but I'm yawning like crazy. I don't know what to do about it. Alright, so I think when we come back, I'm going to talk about YouTube. Various things about YouTube. I've got written down talking about sub for sub, but I think I'm just going to talk about various things that piss me off. Maybe mostly in regards to how people interact and various forms of content. While I am gone, feel free to throw some comments down in the chat and let me know if there's anything you want me to talk about. So, where is my... Oh, I'm right here. Duh. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and do the intermission. Feel free to throw something down there if you want me to talk about it. And I will be back in about 15, 20 minutes. Feel free to go get yourself something to drink, get something to eat, go to the bathroom, whatever it has, you know how an intermission works. I'll see you in a bit. All right, we're back. In fact, I'll go ahead and make a proper intro for anyone who hasn't been here yet. Hello, everyone. I'm Dren Hatamata, and we're back from the intermission. Welcome to the S&G podcast, where we talk about various topics and see where it goes for shits and giggles. I don't have this intro nailed down yet. I still need to actually write it out, and that's how I need to do it. Anyway, I updated earlier. I talked about D&D. I talked about new Nintendo things. I talked about Doges. Everyone liked the Doge. And I figured afterwards, I would talk about various things about YouTube that pissed me off, probably starting with sub for sub. If you have any topics you would like me to talk about, feel free to throw them in the chat. If you're in my server, feel free to tag me and get me on that. And all that fun jazz. Make sure I'm being heard. Yes, I am being heard. Just my computer is laggy. Oh well. If you're still here, thank you so much for being around. I really appreciate it. This is one of the only times I actually get any decent watch time. But, I mean, it's whatever. That's how starting out is. Alright, so sub for sub. I'm sure if other people are going to be watching this, I'm sure many people have already gone through seeing things like sub for sub, follow for follow, you know, stuff like that. Ad for ad, whatever. And on some stuff, it's not as harmful. But on YouTube, I think it's a lot worse to do. A lot of people don't understand what sub for sub does to your channel. Have you ever looked down in the comments of small creators and just seen a bunch of people going, "Hey, sub for sub me. Sub for sub me." And if you look at their channels, they're often about the same place or less, or maybe a little bit more, depending on the situation. So if you're not familiar with what sub for sub is basically, hey, I'll sub to you if you sub to me. That way, we both benefit. However, it doesn't really work that way. So here's the thing about having organic subscribers. Organic subscribers will generally watch your content. Now, no one is expecting you to necessarily watch content for any particular reason, such as just because you're subscribed to me doesn't necessitate that you watch my content, and I don't want to expect that. The only thing I would hope is if you see a video that piques your interest, is hopefully you'll watch it. That's about it. That's about the most I can hope. And that's something to be appreciated. But when you just do sub for sub, they get your subscription, whether you watch it or not, and you get their subscription, whether they watch or not. Now, if neither of you is watching each other's content, well, you're kind of wasting each other's time. If that's the only reason that subscriptions happened in that in I guess a transactional way, if that's the only way that happened, then you have wasted. Have you ever heard the term phantom subscribers? Phantom subscribers refer to someone who's subscribed but doesn't watch anything or engage in your content at all. This seems particularly common when you are a small YouTuber, because it's much more noticeable because overall you have less engagement. It seems less so when you get more and more engagement as you gain subscribers. As you can see, when you get someone who has 1 million views, or no, someone who has like 63,000 views, but they have 200,000 subscribers, and probably about, I don't know, a tenth of them probably don't watch their content at all. Those would be the phantom subscribers, I guess. But, I mean, it's that kind of thing. With phantom subscribers, you can't really guarantee that you'll get anything out of it. And if the only reason you have that subscriber is because you sub to their channel, well, again, like I said, you've wasted their time. They've wasted your time. When I go ahead and subscribe to people it's normally because I want to keep up with them, whether I watch their content or not. I mean, if you don't have a purpose for it, um, don't. I do it because I want to keep up with people, and I have no expectation of anyone having to follow me or subscribe to me or whatever. I'm not going to expect anyone to do that just because I subscribe to them. Now, a lot of people are very courteous in that respect. They will just go ahead and go, yeah, I'll subscribe, and it's nothing. It's whatever. You know, it's like, you keep up with me, I'll keep up with you. One of the things is, for all the people that I have subscribed to, that I follow on Twitter and stuff, and I'm in some of their Discords right now, I want to keep up with them. I like knowing that they're making content, and there's a few people who haven't been making content that I'm really wanting to DM and see if everything's all right. Because it's just been nothing for a very long time, and I'm worried. I'm really hoping. I would really hope that if someone's going to do sub for sub, that they know what they're doing. Well, no, you know what? Let's strike that. If they do sub for sub, they're hurting themselves. So where does it come from? Back in the old days, before 2008, I think 2008 YouTube. Correct me if I'm wrong on that time. But there was a point where videos on YouTube were done by clicks. So if you got clicks, that determined how popular you were. And because of clicks, that happened to take the term clickbaiting. So when you get all the clicks, then even if they only watched a second, it still counted because of the click, and you just gave them viewership just like that. And YouTube was like, okay, hold on, whoa, just hold on, just a sec. So you're telling me this video that says how to cook rice is just a video of some girl shaking her tits? Yeah. God damn it, Jerry. And so they decide to fix it, and they said, all right, now you have to have watch time in order to actually gain, a proper view. Like, you have to at least watch so much of it, and instead of calculating how many clicks you get, we'll be calculating how much collective watch time you get. And that changed the game. That changed the game drastically. It was amazing. And since they did that, it made it so that way, in order for you to get views, you really had to figure out what people wanted to watch from you and what you wanted to produce. So you can't just do what was happening, because what was happening on YouTube was all these one-hit wonders would hit YouTube and just fucking blow up. Now, not to say they weren't entertaining, but one-hit wonders don't generally get much watch time. And the idea that they get paid a lot of money for that, or something like that, or whatever the case, for, it would suck for someone who works really hard. Now, one of the things that was happening was really shitty content would blow up, and everyone would be like, why is this popular? Why is this being recommended to me? And when people caught on, they were like, oh, I'm not going to watch this. YouTube has become a very different place. A place where sub for sub means nothing and is a waste of time, and if anything, hurts your channel, because imagine having 5,000 subscriptions all by sub for sub and none of them watch you. All your videos are at one view only because you watched them during your own premiere. Yeah, that's the reality for some people, and not even because they do sub for sub, just because they're just trying to figure out YouTube. I mean, it's already bad enough when you're trying to figure out YouTube, but when people are doing sub for sub, it makes it much, much harder. If you see someone doing sub for sub or follow for follow for, I guess, not really much reason, like, I just have a habit of feeling like I'm following out of courtesy if someone follows me sometimes. I'm trying to break away from that because if they follow me, that shouldn't obligate me to follow them. Just like if I follow them, it shouldn't obligate them to follow me. But if you see someone doing that, especially if they go in the comments and say, "Hey, bro, sub for sub," or something like that, or because I remember I went through someone's comments and it was just sub for sub, sub for sub, sub for sub. And I was like, dude, chill. It doesn't work that way. And I was like, but I need subscribers. It's like, that doesn't mean they're going to watch you. Come on, man. Jeez. One of the things I found was really interesting. There was a time where someone that had subscribed to us, DOC Gaming, that is, back when I was in that with some friends, DOC Gaming, Dren Animari, Kaltuna, DOC, and then the G in Gaming, Gray Shindo. Okay. We ended up getting our first subscriber not too long after we started, about a week after. I think we had like 2 videos up. He didn't ask for anything. He just said, "Oh, that's cool," and subscribed. And we were super appreciative. So I went over there. I was like, "Dude, thanks so much for subscribing." Fucking talking about, oh fuck, what's it called? Trying to get those brownie points and shit. Something that happened later on when I was engaging, and his channel is the Spritest. Like sprites, like gaming sprites, like old game sprites, to that kind of thing. Like that's what you think of, and Spritist. He was a really interesting character. He made like 8-bit music. He loved doing a bunch of music with like the 8-bit or 16-bit versions. Like if you get Super Nintendo, he would make various little music things. And so some of it sounded really, really good. So I checked it out, looked at it. Then it got to the point where I actually left some comments here and there about his stuff, how cool it was. And one day, I get a ping on YouTube, and I'm like, "What the hell?" It says, "Dren Hatamata, you're like my smartest subscriber. Can you please explain to him why this is a bad thing? Why he doesn't need to do this?" And for one thing, I was in awe. Like, "Oh, I have been called on for help. Behold." And his channel name was Diamond Swag 12, I believe. And Diamond Swag 12 was trying to do this stuff for sub. Now, Diamond Swag 12 was a young child. Relatively young. I think he was 14 at the time. I don't know for sure. But I had to explain to him what was wrong with sub for sub. And what was interesting was, as much as he tried to argue, I did finally de-escalate the situation, and he finally got it. He was very discouraged, but he understood. And later on, he got to shit. Lost my train of thought. Later on, after he understood it, I would go to his videos every once in a while and just check it out, see how things were going. And that's generally what I do for most of the people I'm subscribed to, if I don't already watch their content on the regulars. What I would do is I would throw a comment on there, he liked to do YouTube poop, and he was actually pretty good at it. Just wasn't my YouTube poop just really wasn't my cup of tea. But anyway, what have you? He's like, God, I guess it's just not my cup of tea. It's like, eh. And then he's like, it's not for everyone. It's like, it was funny. Oh, Beast Wizard. Ooh, woo. What's going on? Someone else is here. Oh, whoa. So, with the Spritist, I de-escalated that situation, and then I got with Diamond Swag 12, who became Diamond Swag Productions later on. And it was so interesting because he actually gave us a shout out for DOC Gaming later on, which was awesome. That was amazing. I didn't think that would ever happen. I didn't think we'd ever get like a shout out or anything. And we were in awe. It was actually his birthday too. Um, we actually made a video where we actually gave him, I guess, a little bit of a shout out. We were playing Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards on the Kirby collection for Wii. So that was fun. And as far as I know, he still makes content here and there. He liked doing a lot of Mugen fight stuff. And I haven't played it. I haven't really gotten into it or anything. Um, and it's just kind of blah for me. But I mean, it was just really nice. We giving each other shout outs. And I guess that's where I really learned the value of why it's important to actually, you know, make sure that if you're sub to someone, it's for a reason. You gotta, keeping up with them, checking on them every once in a while at the very least, if you're not like a regular viewer, something. Like I've tried to make it pretty clear that I'm not gonna sub for someone that I don't want to keep up with or I don't actually watch, if I can help it. And it's not like, oh, I haven't watched them in a month, so I'm gonna unsubscribe. It's like I don't watch them at all, so I'm gonna unsubscribe because I don't want to waste their time being a subscriber, and basically it's not really organic. Like right now, everyone that I'm subscribed to, I pretty much keep up with, or I watch their content on the regs, and it's all good. And I do try and police myself to make sure that I'm not, being a hypocrite, which not so easy to do when you don't have the time to watch shit anymore. And then there's Netflix, which takes away a lot of that time. What's something else that pisses me off about YouTube? There's various forms of content that piss me off. I think React channels have been bastardized from what they should be. React channels are terrible. They're almost as bad as prank channels. If you go to a reaction channel and they have a 15-minute video, and during that 15-minute video, 14 and a half minutes is the video that they're reacting to, I don't think they're doing it right. Oh, Beast Wizard, what topics have you covered tonight? So I did a little bit of an update on what's going on with me. I talked D&D. I talked about dogs and some stuff dealing with Nintendo in the first half. I talked about like Sorbing and Smash and Metroid Dread and how where is it at? Oh yeah, how Kotaku was trying to emulating. Yeah, how Kotaku was emulating Metroid Dread. That was all in like the first 2 hours or whatever. Right now, when we got back from the intermission, I started talking about YouTube, and I started with sub for sub. So you're coming in on the end of that, or in the middle of that. Yeah, basically how bad sub for sub is. It's terrible. If you subscribe to someone, do it for a reason. At least to keep up with someone that you want to keep up with. Like, okay, good, he's still uploading. Okay, cool. He's doing all right. I tend to watch a lot of like update videos or like what's going on with me videos, because that's normally where if something major happens, I kind of want to know. I want them to be all right. I think that's probably what gets me about a lot of the people I'm subscribed to is I want to know they're okay. Are you okay? I'm leaving YouTube. Don't. Okay. Oh. Oh man. I I'm just trying to think of various things to talk about. Uh, so as I was just kind of trying going on a tangent about how much certain things in YouTube piss me off. Uh, and now I'm just talking about how prank videos and reaction videos are kind of terrible content, at least the way that they've come up today. You know, like, you know how many pranks there are today that end really, really badly because they're not staged? Like, if the prank is staged, it's one thing. It's for entertainment purposes. That's fine. But when the prank is not staged and you get the guy who's trying to copy this other guy and then he gets his face pummeled, you know, you've done something wrong. You've hurt someone else has gotten hurt because of your negligence of policing your content and not explaining, hey, this was a staged joke. It was a staged prank. Like, and that's how a lot of them are. And as far as reaction YouTubers, or react YouTubers, I think, I really don't like when the only part that's solidly your video and has nothing and is not any part of the other person's video that you're reacting to equals to a whole total of 30 seconds, then you need to do better. Because like what I've seen is some people, the way they do their react channel is first 15 seconds, all right, we're gonna watch, I don't know, um, we're gonna watch PewDiePie play Minecraft but blindfolded or something. I don't know. He's probably done it. He's done lots of videos. And like, okay, let's start the video. Like almost immediately jumping in. And then most of the video is them just like going, "Oh shit, fucking." I mean, there's so many people that have already said this there's plenty of people that have said this before. Um, like because they've seen it, and because it hits algorithms, people like seeing how people react to various things. It hits the algorithms, and then it gives them a huge boost. And when we look back on it, their content is very simple and easy to do. If you could upload, there was one of them who said if they really want to, they could upload like 12 videos a day. And I'm like, if you have the ability to upload 12 videos a day, you are not trying hard. If editing doesn't take that long, you know, for one thing, if it's working for you, I mean, I would say take advantage of it. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking advantage of it, especially when you're talking about going back and forth with advertisers. But the other part is YouTube needs to police that. Because, like, the other part of that is copyright content. The way the Fine Brothers does it is a very respectable way. I like the way Fine Brothers does it because they don't show you the whole video. They show other people the whole video, and you see them react, and they cut out their actual reactions, and I appreciate that. And they don't spend as much time on the video they're watching as is the length of the video they're watching. Instead, they will cut away where they're no longer watching the video and ask them questions, and that's cool. I think that's how I think it should be done more like that. Where, all right, you watch a video, you cut out all the parts that you don't do anything, and then you keep the parts where you do make a reaction that's worth putting in. And you know what? I think I would extend this to all kinds of channels and all kinds of content creators in the light that you can't really just expect to start a channel and it just go good in general. Like, just like it's not gonna blow up. I think I remember Ego Raptor on Game Grumps. I think he was talking to JonTron at the time when he was still on it. And he was recounting a story where he was watching. Oh no, it was Mickey's Mousecapade actually. He was talking about well, after he got away from the you know poopy ass dicks joke and stuff. All that thing was basically a satire on people trying to copy what Angry Video Game Nerd does. And you can't just copy content. It doesn't work that way. Now, to help it, to use an emulation of that for yourself, like you try and emulate that content to try and understand it, that's one thing. But to try and almost copy it, it's a whole nother thing. It doesn't work. YouTube is full of copyright, to be honest. Yeah, it really is. Copycats, yeah. And being a copycat, copying people's content, I would say there's a line. It's one thing if you directly copy them, or if you just straight up use their fucking content. That's stupid. That's terrible. That's terrible. The other part is emulating them with yourself in attempts to understand how the content's made, because when I make my shameless advertising series, what I do is I try and make that video based on the way they make their videos. So like if I'm gonna go with Do You Nerd, and I make a shameless advertising episode for them, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to basically do a quote unquote unboxing of said channel. And it's because they do a bunch of unboxing videos. So that's what I'm going to do, an unboxing of their channel, which means God damn, I can't words. Which likely means pretending to grab their content out of a box and pretend I'm actually holding it, which will be interesting to shoot if I ever do that. Which is something I want to do, by the way. And I do take a lot of pride in my shameless advertising. So I did Sega Head. And with Sega Head, I really tried to emulate as much as I could about the way he did things, but it was still me. Like, I wasn't, copying his review or anything. I was basically, doing the same thing, but for his channel. And I think that's more like doing an homage, I guess. And I think that's fine. But when you're like some of these guys, like what Ego Raptor was talking about, this game sucks. It's a bunch of poopy ass sticks. That. No, you're trying to do exactly what the video game nerd is doing. That's what you're trying to do. You're not trying to. Charm is something that is not easy to do. I don't have it at all. I am terrible. I'm terrible at everything on YouTube. God, and it's ironic that I also want my channel to give advice on YouTube, and I'm terrible at it. Is that ironic or just stupid? I'm stupid. People trying to basically be other people on YouTube. It pisses me off. Is there something that pisses you guys off about what people do on YouTube, aside from what I've already said? I guess another thing would be comments. I don't really understand commenting too much, because I never feel like anything I want to say is really worthwhile typing out. I mean, I also don't really get angry over anything on YouTube as far as wanting to make a comment. Very seldom have I commented on anything that wasn't like a friend of mine's video. So far, what I've generally done is, oh, I have a point that I want to make that they may not have covered or may not have considered. I might do that. Sure, whatever. Um, but not much commenting. And then, but I'll see these weird comments, and like they're weird to me. I'm not sure if they're weird to you, but they're kind of vitriolic and attacking. And I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why? You are putting so much effort into something you don't like instead of just not paying it any mind. I mean, that's really what I do. I dislike the video and I fuck off. And I don't see why. And then it's just like, what productivity are you getting out of this when you like try and attack another person for their videos or whatever it is they might or may not be doing? Have you ever ran around um trying to find someone's point of view, but they're not making any points? They're just making a view, I guess, if that makes any sense. You know, it's like they're just comment sections are weird, and I don't get the amount of vitriol that tends to be in some of them. I have been fortunate enough that I have almost nothing, except if you look on my Albert Fish's letter video, you'll see some people that are like, "Oh my god, how are people saying that they like this?" And I'm just kind of sitting here like, people like horror stuff. And like, it's not like they're saying they like Albert Fish. They're saying they like the story. They like me reading the letter, or if they laughed at something. People are laughing at this. This isn't a joke. I said words in a funny way, in an accent that he didn't actually have, because I gave him an English accent, even though he was like American as fuck. I don't have an explanation for why. It was just what went through. It was like, oh, I like this voice for him. But you know what? Despite some of the pushback on people who are like, no, this is all terrible. I can't believe you guys are watching this. Despite that, it is my most grossed video. It has the most views on my channel. It has over 50,000 of my views, I think. Or it's like 45,000 now. I can look it up real quick. But yeah, it is most of my channel's views. That one video. I don't know why, but it does. I mean, just I don't get it. People do this stuff, and it's like, come on, just let it go. Let it go. It's not worth it. You are doing more to engage and push this video up than you are trying to push it down. Especially if you're not being constructive. Okay, I got it pulled up. It has a total of lifetime. Oh, it's 2 views away from 46,000 views on my channel. In fact, in the last 28 days, it's had 193 views. Like, holy shit. Yeah, I think it's popular. I think it's pretty popular right now. Hell, the last 28 days overall, I've had 100 or 364 views, and I don't know why. Anyway, what's something else that pisses me off? People who make multiple channels in order to circumvent consequence. All right, so have you guys ever had someone who's like, in order? Oh, I'm sorry. Have you ever had someone who, in order to get out of trouble, they say sorry a lot, and whoever is in charge eats it up? Do you know what I'm talking about? I hate that shit. I really do. I hate it with a passion. Reason being is that I don't like the idea of someone. Shit, I lost my train of thought again. God damn it. I really don't like the idea of someone getting in trouble. Like, especially if it's like, YouTube's TOS or something, and they're faking it. But then they just have another channel they can go to and do the exact same thing and start fresh. They're not supposed to, mind you, but they do. So, yeah, that's fucking pain in the ass. It really gets to the point. Like, I'm not too surprised about it. It just sucks. Because if I'm working like, if I work really hard and like I'm trying to be YouTube's golden boy, I'm trying to be a good boy, and then I get flagged for doing something on TOS, whether I actually did or not, but then someone else does way worse, and they get flagged, and they get their channel taken off, and then they just make another channel, but they don't stop them from being able to do that, which they can do. And it's just like, what the fuck? I hate that people can circumvent rules like that. Yeah, circumventing rules. It's not good. We need like, and I also think that we as YouTubers, as much policing as I see between people, I still think we need to increase how much we police ourselves. Like, not just including, being decent in regards to being kind to each other, making sure that you're being responsible with what you tell your audience, but also in calling each other out when you do something bad or stupid. I think that's incredibly important. Just imagine, um, you do something really dumb or something that ends up putting someone else in harm's way, and you end up with something like you end up with a bunch of people making videos on you, calling you out, and trying to explain how bad what you did is and what you need to do to fix it. Not just a fucking apology. Oh, that's something that pisses me off royally. Royally pissed. Here's one. Yeah, let me go on to this. I want to go ahead and go on to it. Apology videos. Motherfucker, apology videos are terrible. I'm not saying that they're ever unwarranted, but apology videos are horribly misused. I hate how misused they are. Have you ever... How many videos have you seen that are incredibly disingenuous? Like, you can tell, no, they're not they're not for real. They're not sincere. Put this closer. Okay. I have seen that so many times, and it tends to be easy. And I want you guys to police me in this as well. That I tend to take sorry very seriously when it comes to needing an actual apology. Like, for one thing, a basic proper apology should at least attempt to consist of, for one thing, addressing the person that you need to apologize to, the proper person you need to, or proper person or people you need to apologize to. The actual action that you apologized for must be known. And the actual saying of, I'm sorry. And how you plan to better yourself with it. Now, it seems like a lot of videos have that, but at least from the way I look at it, they don't. To me, they don't. Imagine... No, you don't have to imagine. Sorry. When I see it, I see people trying to say, "I'm sorry," saying, "I'm getting help," and everything. It's like, Well, a lot of the times they don't actually say they're getting help, and there's a ton of ambiguity on what they mean by help. Like, I'm seeing a therapist. Okay, what kind of therapist? There's multiple forms of therapy. I mean, a physical therapist isn't going to help you with, issues with your parents, you know. And it's just simple things like that. When you leave things that are ambiguous, like, I know what I did. Like, when you get one of these, I know what I did was wrong. If you knew what you did was wrong, why did you do it? Um, and I thought about making a video where I just go ahead and make a preemptive apology. I know at some point, I'm going to do something stupid on YouTube. I'm going to say something or do something, or I will have something that I need to apologize and make amends for. Yeah, I feel like that's inevitability if you're going to be on YouTube long term, one way or another. And I'm not going to be. Um, I don't want to leave anything in chance. I think the way I would prefer things to go is that the first video that should come out after a bad event that I need to apologize for is likely needs to be a video of me being aware that right now I likely don't feel sorry, and that if I made an apology video now, it wouldn't mean anything because I haven't actually done anything to alleviate or help the situation. Because I see a lot of videos where it's like, I'm gonna get better, I'm gonna get help, I'm gonna fix this, but they haven't done anything to that point. They've just been working on making an apology video to appease the masses, and then there's nothing to show yet for actual progress. And then I hear a lot of them, like, they'll say, oh, well, I've been going to a therapist. Yeah, but a lot of the times you either already were, or we have no idea, we have no way of verifying if you're actually going or not. It's not true until proven true in this case, because you're making a claim, and that claim isn't true until proven to be true. Um, I often find myself, when I see people cover apology videos, I try and be skeptical on what the person covering that apology video is saying, because I want to be able to see for myself whether or not I think it's disingenuous or being honest. If someone's being genuine, it seems like the majority of people that watch it can tell. They can tell whether or not it's genuine. And I think that's amazing that we can see so much from the other side of the screen. Like, what does that make you guys think when it seems like everything is almost an open book in regards to being able to tell if someone's lying or if someone's not being truthful or realistic or genuine? I find that really interesting. There was a few videos of Mark's where, were they apology videos? I don't think they were apology videos, but he was covering something and no one bought into it because he was being really disingenuous about that situation and whatnot. I don't quite remember what it was about because I didn't put that much care into it, but it was just one of those kind of situations, and everyone saw through it, and he just kind of left it at that and didn't tackle it again. And then next time he tackled something else, he was a lot more genuine, and I think he learned from that. But I think it's interesting how much you can tell from the other side of the screen. Like, hell, from the other side of the screen, people can be like, dude, are you all right? And even though it seems like a really happy video, if you're listening to it or glancing at it every once in a while, if you didn't pay decent attention, you wouldn't notice. But if you paid at least decent attention, you might pick up that, oh, um This guy seems really depressed. Is here? Let's comment. Are you all right, bro? Are you all right, dude? Hey, how you doing? Things going okay? I've seen some videos where that's what's in the comments, even though on face value it doesn't seem like it's at all like that. But there's these little things that people catch on, and I mean it's not always true. It's not like it's not like these signs necessitate that. Oh, he's definitely depressed or something. No, not necessarily. I mean, we still might be overthinking it. I don't know. I know I tend to lean towards picking up on things every once in a while, but I tend to go to the comments after I think that and like, did anyone else see that? Did anyone else notice anything weird about the way he's acting right now? He's not acting the same. No, it's just me. All right, I'll leave it on. Oh, wait, there is people that think that. Oh, shit. Ah. Prayers, hugs and prayers, hugs and prayers, prayers and thoughts, thoughts and prayers. I don't know, something like that. Oh. YouTube in and of itself is a cesspool of bullshit anyway. Oh no. Cat, you okay? Whichever one. Aw. Hope they're okay. I'll check on them here in a little bit, I guess. Ooh, I know what I can talk about. I can talk about the YouTube's when YouTube changed the parameters for monetization. At first, I was really pissed off because it felt like I would have to go so much further. And something about that slowly died down in me when I realized what else it actually means. So, the whole thing where you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers and at least 4,000 hours of watch time, I thought, after a while, was actually a really good thing. Now, there are people that were previously monetized that lost that monetization, I think. They didn't get grandfathered in. And maybe that is for the better, but I'm not sure. I don't think it was right to take it away from those people if that was the case, but I think all those people had lost their monetization that actually had it. Hell, even on my channel, I have 0.001 cents. So, I've made more than most YouTubers at my level. So, how's that for you? Semantics aside. So, what do you have to do now that you don't have that monetization? You want that, and the reason why I wanted monetization myself was because if I get monetized, that means my videos get pushed in the algorithms. That means I'm making money for YouTube. YouTube will help promote my content with any luck. That's what I wanted monetization for, was for that increased exposure. Well, that's not really how that works, for one thing, and I didn't know that back then. But the other thing is, when it did change, that made it so that way if you wanted to get that monetization, you have to work for it, like really work for it, more than you had to beforehand. And one of the benefits that I think this had that a lot of people didn't necessarily recognize was, since you have to work that hard for it, people that were trying to, get up there quick and easy, it's going to weed them out. People that are making garbage, quick content, actually, I gotta be honest, a lot of gameplay content is garbage. I'm sorry. I'm not very sorry, but a lot of gaming content, and I am not excluded from this, by the way. I would be included in being considered shitty gaming content. I would definitely consider a lot of shitty gaming content now has to work way harder in actually making good gaming content, gameplay content. Because now you can't just make a bunch of videos, get a bunch of views, and now you're making money, and now you're getting pushed in the algorithms. Now, if you have a shitty gaming channel, you don't get pushed in the algorithms because you're not making any money, which means your channel stays stagnant. My channel doesn't stay too terribly stagnant. I am consistently getting views. Like I said, last 28 days, I still have like 360 odd views or something, which I deeply appreciate. Very strongly, deeply appreciate. Yeah, 364 views. Cat. Okay. One of the things is, if I really want to keep my channel going and I want to push past that 1,000 subscriber threshold and past that 4,000 hours of watch time a year, I have to work harder. I can't just keep doing the same thing and expecting it to work. And I've seen so many channels. Have you ever gone through a small channel and they have like 300 videos, but if you start looking down their view counts, you'll see, all right, 15, 4, 3, 5, 0, no views, 1 view, 2 view, no views, 1 view, 8 views, 12 views, no views. A ton of videos have no views, and a ton more have like 1. Likely because they watch through it once, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's no problem with going ahead and watching your own content through once on the YouTube side to make sure everything's good, because sometimes it renders a bit different or something doesn't quite do right, or so that way if you have to take it off and re-upload it or something. It's pretty common. But if people aren't trying to actually make their content better and they're just doing it, unless they're just doing it as a personal archive to what they're doing, they're not going to get anything. They're not going to get any better. And that's part of what some people do actually do. They're not really doing it for the views. They're doing it so they have an archive of themselves playing video games together. And they're using YouTube to archive it, basically. Oh, coffee. Kahlua coffee with hazelnut creamer. Awesome. And that's part of what I do. Like, playing Myst. When I was playing Myst, I fell into oblivion. And it's not like it was a hard thing to do. It was something easy to do. Hey, it's not, no. Cat, please. Alright, maybe that'll keep them entertained. That's one thing. But to actually push yourself up there, you have to work a lot harder. I think this whole thing is a double-edged sword where now it forces me to work harder, but it weeds out crap content. Watered down content is the term I've been using. It takes out watered down content. The ones that are just, copycats, for lack of a better term. There's this one channel, I forget what their name was, but it was 2 guys playing video games, and the only reason I knew about them, this was back when they had the related content, or the related bar instead of suggestion. When it had related content, so you'd see like, oh look, here's more Super Mario RPG stuff. If we played Super Mario RPG, so we take a look at ours, and then we're like, all right, let's compare ourselves to another channel. Probably not the best idea overall, but it does create a sense of interest. So we looked at another channel, and it was exactly like that: 2 views, 1 view, no view, no view, 1 view, no view, 1 view, 1 view, 6 views, 10 views, no views, 12 views, 50, whatever, something like that. Highs, lows, mostly lows, if not nothing. Where ours had like, oh, we have like 6 views on this one, 10 views on that one, 4 views on that one. We don't have a single video that has 0 views. That's cool. Which is actually one of the things I particularly strive for in particular, with the next thing behind it being that everything is at least in 2 digits. Which, easier said than done, but I'm not going to force that unless I haven't actually watched my own video yet. But when we compared this, we decided to actually watch a few of their videos. And turns out they were basically Game Grump ripoffs. Like, very blatant Game Grumps ripoffs. So, okay, we know Aaron tends to do a lot of, like, kind of gross humor, It's like, welcome back to Game Grumps, whatever, fucking, Well, they did that kind of thing almost directly. Like, unironically. They made similar jokes, and I'm not gonna knock anyone for bringing up those same jokes, but they shouldn't make it seem like it's their own, if you get what I'm saying. What I've seen is that what people will do is they'll say, oh, well, this is just my joke. This is our experience, this is our joke. And then you go back and find someone else who's already done that. Their video the other person's video comes up first, and it's like, well, you just took this guy's video. You just took this guy's jokes and incorporated yourself. You just took the most memorable jokes to you. And I love Game Grumps. I've said many quotes of Game Grumps. I've said them on here today, on this stream already, because I think they're funny. I try and make it as obvious as I can that, this is someone else's thing, and I think it's funny because I love Game Grumps and I want to support them. I like repeating things that I hear. I'm not going to claim that I've done that, but these guys were doing exactly that, and I was like, I wonder if that's why. The other part was they also did lots of burps and farts, and it just wasn't funny because it was just not in a situation that made it funny. Just because you burp and fart does not automatically make comedy. There's context. Like, if it's out of nowhere or something, or it interrupts a serious moment, then it's funny or something. But not when it's like just right off the bat and like the 4 videos in a row, you burp or fart, and then that's like half of it. And then just like, or if you're just like shitting on each other playing the game, and that's the entire episode or something, which one of them was. Yeah, it's just that kind of, to me, that is watered down garbage content. One of the things that I've tried to pride myself on in at least the videos where I'm playing games, what I try to do is I want as much as possible. I want to force myself to push and push and push. So, like, there's a lot of times I have dead space because it's hard to fill dead space. It's hard to find more shit to talk about. But I've gotten better and better and better, so that way I can fill up that time. And I repeat myself a lot, certainly. I don't doubt that at all. That just needs to come with more experience and learning how to jump from topic to topic, which is also part of what this show, S&G, is for, is learning how to do that. And also talk about things people are interested in hearing me talk about. Speaking of which, feel free to throw that in the chat if you feel like you want to hear me talk about something else and quit hearing me bitch about how much YouTube sucks. Yeah, by all means. tell me to shut the fuck up and start talking about it and tell me I'm your slave or some shit. Say, dance, monkey. And I'll be like, okay, sir. Oh, man. Yeah, just, it's weird. And that's one of the things I gotta say. I really appreciate having to get to 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours of watch time in order to be monetized. I can appreciate that now. Beast Wizard. One recent example is those monotone movie recap videos. So many copycats knockoffs. They will even post same movie hours after OG. Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about. So there's someone who has kind of a monotone style. Have you heard of Steve Reviews? I think he has a monotone voice, but there's just something incredibly charming about it. But I know exactly what you're talking about. It's when you see the copycat knockoff, they are a lot lazier. They don't understand that, at least in mind, like someone like Steve Reviews is playing a character. Like, they might not be like that, but they're not just playing a character, the knockoff, they're playing Steve Reviews' character. And you can tell how disingenuous that shit is. Like you can't just do what someone else does and expect it to go good. That's why I diversify and see. I like to try different things. Recording gameplay and posting it with my commentary while I'm playing it. That's something I've been interested since I was young. That's what a lot of people are interested in. But to actually have that being successful, I don't see that being the thing that my channel will be known for. Movie recaps, recapped film, movie summary, etc. Yeah. You know, there's just some things that you can't similar usernames and all. Yeah. See, that's something that bothers the shit out of me. You know, you get these people that are just how do I put it? So some of these people think that all it takes is to do the same thing, but like Ego Raptor was saying about the AVGN nerd in regards to the other people that were copying him, you can't really fake being charming. Like, you don't realize that you gotta be charming. You know, you have to have some appeal in order to do any of this. Do I have any appeal? Fuck no. I'm surprised I even have 3 people here now. But it's one of those things I have to keep trying if I want to be successful, and I can't keep doing the same thing, and I can't just do what other people do. Like, where do people get off of that shit? It pisses me off. And it pisses me off even more if they actually get something out of it. You know, and, you know, sort of like the example that you're bringing up, Beast Wizard, is those people end up getting views by proxy because they copy so closely, and people are like, oh, same guy. Okay, yeah, I'll watch the next video. It's not the same guy. Oh. That's like, you know, okay, so there's Game Grumps, Grumpy Gamers, and I think these are all, I would not be surprised if these are all real. So let's say there's Game Grumps as the OG, Grumpy Gamers, Grump Games, Grumpy Game Guys, I'm sure. Like, if you saw those and didn't recognize them, I mean, if I saw those and or if I saw channels that had a very suspiciously similar name to my channel, Dren Hatamata, some red flags would be raising up there. You know, any channel that it doesn't have anything to do with me. Like they haven't. It isn't someone I'm friends with or talks about. And apparently, they're doing the same thing I am, and you know, maybe profiting. Yeah, no, that's bullshit. Fuck those guys. They can suck all the chode, the whole chode. What's that? Cat? Another cat? More cats? It's more cats. God damn it. Da-da-da. Yeah, I gotta say, I put a lot of time in trying to figure out how the hell to YouTube. And I like YouTube as a platform. Now, of course, there's a whole bunch of bullshit behind it. Like, let's face it, what's her name? The CEO, Susan Wojcicki, I believe, made some terrible calls. Like, really bad calls. And still owes many, many people an explanation on what the fuck is going on with shit. Nevertheless, oh, sorry, my throat's getting dry. I need to get something to drink. Nevertheless, we still have to deal with it. I think YouTube is still a great, fantastic platform, but I think it's kind of like if it was just a person, if YouTube was a person, they would be way overconfident in their ability and very prideful in all the worst ways. I'm pretty sure it'd be like, they're very much a show off. They're very much uh self-righteous. They're very much they will gloat. That kind of thing. That's how it comes off to me, at least. So yeah, it doesn't really make it any better when that's how it feels to everyone else as well. Dude. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really hoping that I, I'm I gotta be honest, I'm really interested in seeing when I start getting into these actual problems myself and I end up having to learn how to deal with these. As much as I'd rather not deal with the hassle, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested in seeing how it would go down. It's like I have dealt with a few copyright claims. That's because I blatantly used music and like I was expecting it. Now I wasn't. I had some from Nintendo from my Super Metroid, but those got taken off. I blatantly used Pink Floyd's "Wish You Were Here" on a Mother's Day video. That one's on me. I did not care about that one getting flagged. I didn't care. I wanted that one up. I wanted it up that way. They claimed it. That's fine. I don't care. Now it's there for every Mother's Day. Um, mm. But I would love to see from the other side someone like steal my content or try and do the same thing or use a name eerily similar to mine but having nothing to do with me directly. Like it's not like it's a satire channel where it's like instead of Dren Hatamata, it's Haren Datamata or something. Mm. Ah, I can only imagine dealing with that. Ew. But it would be an interesting experience to see how that would go down, how I would need to deal with that, and that whole process. As pissed off as I would be, generally. Like Oh, I know one that pissed me off. That had it was scammers that were doing this. There's scammers going around that were basically making a fake account of big YouTubers. This happened to Mark, and they were going down into comments of those videos and posting a thing that says, "Hey, click on the thing. I'll give you lots of money and stuff." It was fake. It was a fake account, and it duped people, and it made like people like Mark and Jack look really bad because they used fake accounts that modeled and uh, and made it seem like it was the YouTuber trying to scam them. And in some cases, it worked, which is terrible. Those bastards, like seriously, how fucking dare they? I mean, people are trying to, make a good living and not piss people off, and they're just fucking it up. And I don't get scammers either. I watched a few videos of people getting back at scammers. There's Scammer Revolts and fuck, what was his name? Tigbo something or whatnot. I don't know. I don't remember. He had a voice modulator, but they go around and basically fuck with the they fuck with the scammers. And in some cases, they go into the scammer's computer via TeamViewer and delete all their files. God, and I applaud that, by the way. But when people are scamming, yeah, that sucks. You shouldn't have to deal with that, with people trying to scam your fans while trying to be you. It's bullshit. I don't think it's as prominent now. I don't know. I haven't gone down to more popular YouTubers, like millions or more YouTubers. I haven't gone down to their comment sections in a long time. Generally, the comments I normally pay attention are my own. God forbid if I actually get any comments. Those are the ones I pay attention to as far as first priority, of course. And then if I'm going to comment on someone else's video, then I might go down and read them. But I don't tend to read comments on other people's videos if I'm not prompted to comment myself. Sometimes, but very seldom. Oh. Let's see, what other things? I guess I've gotten really annoyed at the current atmosphere, at least of the area of YouTube that I tend to watch. So I tend to watch a lot of like religious YouTubers and political commentators and stuff. Not, I mean, yeah, on purpose, but not like necessarily intentionally. It's like, oh, something caught my eye. I want to know what that's all about. And then I end up learning something. I'm like, oh, well, there go. Well, that's my day now. So I've been kind of shying away from anything like political or religious or something like that. I tend to shy away, so I'm trying to get more towards like games, movies, and TV shows and stuff like that, because that stuff makes me happier. You know, I'd like to get to where I can draw, but the little Wacom tablet, or it's not a tablet, um, it's a drawing pad, and for some reason, and I'm sure I just have to mess with the settings. For some reason, it only uses half the pad on wherever I'm at because my pad gets split up between both screens, and that doesn't make any sense, but it does. So I get to use half a tablet for drawing if I want to learn to draw, or half the pad, which is much harder than using just the pad, which already, it's not like it has a screen on it or anything, so it's hard to see because I have to look at my monitor for reference while trying to draw and remember where my place is at on the Wacom pad. Crazy stuff. I think something that also pisses me off is artists not getting the credit they deserve, and being taken advantage of. So, excuse me. So if you're an artist, don't take shit from people. Don't take bullshit from people, please. Like I can't say this enough. Because you're doing work. Like drawing is work. Even if you enjoy it, it's still work. It's still labor. It's still labor. You're still doing labor in order to draw that. And it doesn't make. It's not like just because you like drawing or you like making a thing doesn't make it not work. And I've seen plenty of times where artists get taken advantage of because they're like, well, if you're drawing for fun, you should do it for free. All right, well, I will draw for free, just not what you want unless you're going to fucking pay. And I should probably stay away from stories like that, but I look at the art in my house that I've purchased, and the art, and of course, like what you see on screen, the me and the evil chair or whatever, that's purchased. I got that from my buddy Jorgogo. Shout out to Jorgogo Art on Twitter. Yeah. He does a lot of my poses, and he'll probably continue to do my poses as long as I'm willing to pay. Same thing for any other commissions and stuff that I ask. And I want him to feel like he's paid properly because I don't want. Yeah, yeah. I mean, have you seen the bullshit some artists go through trying to make a fucking living, so that way they can, you know, live. And I mean, some artists, like, they are seriously not charging enough for the amount of bullshit they're going with, and also to keep them afloat, because if it takes you 2 hours and you're charging um and if it takes you 2 hours to make a piece on average, and you're like, okay, 25, and it takes you 2 hours, then you get a whole $13 an hour for that, right? Hold on, let me make sure I'm getting my math right. 25 divided by 2, 24 is 12. Yeah, so 12 and a half. Now, if you're in an area where that might be manageable, sure, I guess go for it, but I still think you're undercutting yourself. So, like, I mean, I try and make sure whatever I pay is just as fair, if you had to live off of this as your solid income. I mean, like some artists, it takes them 2 days, and the 2 days between like maybe 20 hours, and that's a lot of work. That probably needs to be more than $60, you know. Uh, and you want to kind of look at it as, how much do I want to get paid an hour for work, versus how much of a deal I need to make it to be appealing. So if you want to get paid $20 an hour, you know, then of course I guess you also look at the quality of of what you're making, and I guess it gets complicated from there. And there's another video that someone shared to me that I try and share to other people. But I mean, just make sure you get what you're worth, because I think artists get a bad reputation. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some asshole artists that, like, oh no, I do great work, so here's the sketch of a stick figure, you owe me $90. Well, fuck you, bro. Or something like that. I don't know. I would like to draw. I really would. I used to be really into it. Um, what I used to draw a lot of the time was weapons. I used to draw a lot of weapons. I was terrible at making people, but I mean that can be practiced. I'm just not really in a position where I can feasibly practice because I'm in a situation like I said towards the beginning. I have so much shit to do and no time to do it, and I hate being in that position. I want more of that time, that sweet, sweet time for my birdie. Like, I would love if I could quit my job right now and still make the money that I'm making as of right now. I totally would. I would do it in a heartbeat. But right now, it's just not feasible. I need to have my job, so I can't do things I want to do. I mean, I would love to be able to make that kind of money doing YouTube. Of course, that's me and many other people. Let's see who gets there then, right? Right. Sure. Oh man, remind everyone if you have any topics you want me to talk about, let me know in the chat box in the chat. Um, Let me know if there's anything you want me to talk about. Preferably shying away from anything like politics or religion. I really don't want to talk about that right now because in case this gets accidentally associated with my job, I don't want to have any problems with that. So something like video games, computers, tabletop games, various other board games, movies, music, the jams. Playing. I don't know, maybe something about guitars, or various stuff, or like something. If there's something specific about a particular game that you want me to talk about, yeah, just let me know. Just let me know, or something about a YouTuber or something like that. I guess, or if there's just something you want to know about me in general. Whew. And I don't know. Do I come off as charming at all? I really don't think I do. Now, I look at myself and so the character that you see on screen, Dren Hatamata, this is what I aspire to be. This is not what I feel I am, but it's what I aspire to be. Eventually, I do want to get my hair dyed green, and I know someone who has a business making uh things like cloaks and coats and stuff like that, and I would love to get this actual get up that I have on screen on this character. I can get that made for about $200 or $300. You have a nice voice, IMO. Well, thanks. Thanks. I appreciate that. Um, so far in most of my experience, a lot of people have really enjoyed my voice on various creepypasta. Said I've got the perfect voice for creepypasta and scary stories. And I'm like, oh god, thank you. That makes me feel so validated. Let me post something else and stand by for validation. Which I guess that is kind of the nature of YouTube. When you're starting out, is it's it's mostly just I'm gonna post something and stand by. Did I get validated? All right, I'll post another thing. Stand by. I guess that is kind of the nature of YouTube when you're starting out, as opposed to when you finally get that validation on a common basis, and then it's like, all right, I need to continue this validation nevertheless. I don't know. I try and make sure I maintain a good balance between the work and the fun of YouTube. I'm not burnt out on YouTube. I swear, I just don't have fucking time. I haven't gotten burnt out yet. I just haven't been able to fucking work on it. I'm sorry. Mm. Oh, my throat's dry. Why does it gotta do that? So, one of the problems I think I have right now, as far as like recording and uh, streaming and stuff right now, as far as my voice right now, I'm in an open area. I'm in a very open area, and there's just not much to stop reverberation. Now, I'm sure I could probably figure out some settings for the microphone and the programs that I'm using, and it might fix it up better. But as of right now, there's not much I can do to really truly fix some of the problems. I can't really fix the echo that much because I need to be able to project my voice properly. Right now, I'm like, I don't know, about 8 inches, 10 inches away from the mic, so that way I'm not blasting the hell out of the mic. Because I don't want to destroy the internals of the mic and also the eardrums and make everything spike like this. Sure, that barely even spiked. I have a pop filter, so that way the pops don't go popping that much, so my peas don't explode. One of the things I'd like to do if I don't. So there's two scenarios. There's one I can fix up the one of my small sheds and turn that into a recording studio and then soundproof the shit out of it. And two, if when my dad passes in, I don't know, 20 years or something, I will inherit that house and that land, and my old bedroom in that house now has like carpet and stuff on the walls, so it would be great for soundproofing and stopping that sense of reverberation. And I would love to turn that into like an office or something. Or I can use another room for the same purpose. I think it's really cool. Or if I still own the house I'm currently living in now, and let's say everyone here lives down at my dad's house, then we can just use this whole house here, as one big recording thing or game thing. Oh man, it'd be nice. It certainly would be. Still keep beds up here for other things or whatever. Definitely. I mean, it's more things to think about. Think about the future. I mean, I have thought about the idea of having a building or having something or renting some place out, an office building floor, for the sake of having the ability to just have a good office and stuff. Like, I've seen some of the Game Grumps office, and it's just fucking immaculate, dude. Like, it's gorgeous. I would love to have it. I would love to have it. Hmm. I gotta ask. In regards to things like COVID and getting the shot, have any of your senses been kind of weirdly fucked up? Cause mine have. Ever since I had COVID back in January, my schnoz has not smelled things the same way since. And like now, like someone on the way back home one night, someone was just up in the ganj, like super potency. Like Mary Jane was fucking yelling. Jesus Christ. Well, to me, I wasn't smelling that. I thought it was like grease or something. And they were saying like, whoo, someone's getting high as a kite. I was like, what are you talking about? It doesn't smell like that. And then someone else piped up and said something. I was like, wait a minute, that's what it smells like to me now? Because I remember what it used to smell like to me. And then today, I had to mow the grass or whatever, and I could smell the gas. It didn't smell the same, and I was like, I know this gas isn't bad. So it has the old gas. That what? Hold on. It's going up. My nose does not smell things the same way as it used to. It is very weird, and it's finally, in particular, noticeable. Mm. I find that really weird, and I don't know. It makes me wonder if there's anything as far as taste that's changed. I don't think I've noticed anything. I still seem to eat the same foods overall, aside from the conditioning I was trying to put myself through. Like with my coffee, I only put creamer and liquid creamer in it now because it already has plenty of sugar in it. One of the ways I can cut down on sugar, at least in my head. Beast Wizard. Have not had COVID. COVID shots only had minor side effects. Arm soreness for both. Night sweets for first one. Yeah, night sweats for first one. Yeah, I know with mine, um, the first shot, no problem. Didn't have any problems. The second one was the one that sucked for like overnight. Everything tastes like pork, you say? No. My taste hasn't. No, my taste hasn't changed too much. It's it's mostly my sense of smell. Like, oh my god, I haven't seen Invader Zim in a while. Fucking love Invader Zim. The God, it's so crazy. Um, yeah, no, it's. I didn't notice anything as far as my sense of taste. It's just been my sense of smell. Um, invade. Oh my god, Invader Zim. That just reminds me of so many memories. I haven't seen all the episodes, but I've seen a chunk of them. And I mean, it's just a great show. I don't even as well acclaimed as it is. I still think it's underrated. Like I want to see more. I want to see more. Well, when the movie came out, Enter what was it? Enter the Florbus, I think. It was really good. Uh, to be honest, might have had asymptomatic COVID because first shot was worse than second. Maybe. I have heard people having weird things. Oh, then first shot was worse than second. Okay, it was correction. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it was really weird. Well, we have no. We It's hard to predict how you're gonna feel after which shot or whatever, because like other people, the first shot sucked. In my case, the second shot was worse. The first shot, I didn't have anything wrong. Second shot, I was like, I'm gonna die. And then next day, I was like, okay, I'm good. I actually had COVID in January, and that sucked. If you look at some of my gaming videos, I basically in my head canon, I just like, and this is the COVID saga. Um, where towards the end of it, I can't stop coughing, and I'm trying to cut out as much coughing as I can, but I decided to start inserting apologies about the coughing, so that way I cover that. And I think the last one, I was like, this is the last episode of what I've dubbed the COVID saga, where basically all the videos I recorded that day were when I had COVID before I realized it or something like that. Because when I record, I do a mass record. I record all in one thing. Uh, have seen a few articles. IRC. Wait, am I reading that right? Yeah, okay. That vaccines after even COVID help with long symptoms for some. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's just weird. I hate that I have that. It feels like that I've like I said, sense of smell is just weird. It's changed. Things don't smell the same. So far, taste hasn't changed, as far as I can tell. Smell has. It's really weird. Um, I guess it's one of those things you just really don't know. Have you tried dietary change? Not too much. So far, that's been consistent, but it's also been junk for the most part. I can't really claim that I've tried to eat healthy. I've just tried to eat less bad. Um, I am having like sandwiches for lunch at work, as opposed to like getting one of those microwave meals. So I guess that's better. Um, I eat at lunch. I've been eating basically sandwiches, um, Cheez-Its, and a fruit cup thing, fruit Jello cup, and that's what it's pretty much been for me. It's just that kind of stuff. Just kind of, it's just and honestly, part of me is I'm trying to make not so much changes in what I eat, but changes in my habit. Like, for example, I want to do less to try and eat when I want to try and not eat when I'm bored. So I try and keep something in my head occupied. If I can do that, if I can keep my head occupied, then I'm not just going to eat when I'm bored, for example. Or like if I'm going to make something to eat, then what I can do is uh everything that I use to make that, I get it out individually and then put it back individually and then get the next one and like that. And then I'm making more trips and then it's making me yield slightly more, making me have to do slightly more in order to push out energy and, in theory, be overall healthy for me in the long run, but definitely not the short term. Short term is not getting much. It's just making me do extra work in that case. But if I build, building a good habit is definitely important. It's like I was working at a distribution center, which was all physical, so it was really important for me to eat plenty, healthy or otherwise. Did try to eat healthy then, but it was important that I make sure that I ate enough. And then I get to this new workplace that I work at now, and I don't move nearly as much, which means all that energy just gets stored up as fat. And now I have to change my eating habits. So I have to eat, so that way I eat less, which means I have to slowly eat less. That way my stomach doesn't think, hey, yo, bro, you fucking starving. And I'll be like, no, you're not. You haven't used the energy that you already fucking have. I will feed you when it's time to feed you. Yo, you fed me. I want more. Fuck you. Shut up. Yo, fuck you. And that is an argument with my stomach. You're welcome for that, I guess. Oh boy. I'm really glad that talking about the pandemic and stuff like that, I don't think comes up with any red flags anymore. Like unless it's checking, unless you're getting fact checked, I don't think it does anything anymore. Like you don't get immediately flagged. I did. All right. Okay, so it's been about another 2 hours. I'm gonna go ahead and do another intermission because my throat is absolutely fucking parched and it's hurting. So, thank you for those of you who are still here. I'm gonna go into an intermission. Feel free to get up, stretch, get something to eat, go to the bathroom, get something to drink. You know what to do during an intermission. And it's probably your house anyway, so you'll do whatever the hell you want anyway. Fucking don't need me to tell you how to run your life. Alright, I will be back in about 20. Alright, I'm back. Found myself some water. Because I desperately needed it. Yes. Okay. Here's something I want to talk about. Milestone videos. I am incredibly hesitant on milestone videos because the more you make, the less significant the other milestones seem. And the less significant the future milestone seems. So, what are your thoughts on what's appropriate for a milestone video and for not making too many or too few? Because I've done a milestone video, I believe, at 50 and 100, I think. I was thinking about doing one at 250 or 500, but I don't think I will. I guess that would be a good milestone, but I'm not going to sit there. So if you have, was it the supplemental thing, tube thing? Hold on. Let me highlight it. TubeBuddy. There we go. TubeBuddy. It like says, "Oh, good job" for like every 10 subscribers, and even though there's probably a lot to that, it's kind of like, I mean, can you chill? I find it interesting that I find it pretty interesting that that'll happen, and if you were to actually, yeah, I got 210, 220, 230, yeah, you'd get burnt out on whether or not it was actually important. All right, Beast Wizard. So many COVID symptoms seem to be caused by inflammation. What should I do if what I would do if I had long-lasting symptoms? Is my screen being a problem? Is a low carb. Say low carb reduces inflammation because water carb storage. Diet for a week or two. All right. Okay. I will definitely consider that. Didn't know that. It'd be nice if we had like a basic health class that actually taught health instead of just CPR. Like actual health. Fuck, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, milestones. Okay. I find it really interesting when people make milestone videos. And of course, it's like super ingratiating. You're trying to appreciate the people who subscribe to you. You want them to feel special, and you feel special as the person who they're subscribed to because they did not have to subscribe. But, like, what's too much? Like, of course, you don't want, a video every 100 subscribers, then every 1,000, then every 10,000, then every 100,000. It gets taxing, right? Or standard American diet was not terrible. I mean, I don't have a very good diet. I'm just saying. Like, I have a lot of junk. I'm sure I could probably find somewhere to cut out carbs. I'm sure. Like, I've eaten pasta plenty of times and rice and shit. Um, I am not exactly particularly fit. I'm fitter than many of the people I work around. However, I'm not really in the best of health. But I am hopefully going to work on that at some point when I have not a page and a half of shit bothering me. So with milestone videos, I know you can overdo it, and you want to make everyone feel thanked and everyone feel special. And I think I'm not really sure where I would need to draw the line, so I'm kind of been scarce about it. I know I'll definitely do one at 1,000 because that's a very significant number. I mean, there's just not too many things that matter. Like, getting 50 was surprising, but I don't think I should have done a milestone video back then at 50. I was surprised. I didn't think that was worth it. I should have done it at 100. If you get 100 subscribers, you're basically in the top 1% of YouTubers. Because there's that many YouTubers that just have accounts that aren't active and don't have over 100 subscribers. So if you have over 100 subscribers, or you're close to it, I mean, congratulations. You're doing fucking great. And if you're just starting and don't have close to that, keep going. Don't be discouraged. 300 might be significant. Because I think there is a sense of verification that you get. Or that might be just views. Did I hear something? Thought I heard something. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna check on something. Okay, sorry about that. Something I just need to check on. Alright. 100, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, every 5,000 after that. I don't know, that seems... I mean, that seems like a lot of milestone videos in my head. I know when you get 301 views, that video goes through a little bit of verification. Excuse me, it gets frozen for verification to make sure that for whatever reason it's not fraudulent. Oh, excuse me. And I know when I was on DLC Gaming, that was definitely something interesting in my head. That was back when I was doing tons and tons of research, like constantly, like nothing but research on YouTube, and like I wanted to know how all this shit worked. I wanted to be able to do all this. So, like I was like writing shit down. I was getting online. I was like, okay, so what is, all right, this, okay, so that's how that works, and trying to, yeah, just go back and forth. But even then, like at 300 views, even though it's technically more special than other ones, I'm not sure about 300 subscribers. Now, I have seen where some people will do it every quarter of an increment, where it's like they'll do 25, 50, 75, 100, and then they'll do of 100, 250, 500, 750, 1,000, and then $2,500, 5,000, 7,500, 10,000. I've seen him do that before. Speaking of fraudulent, my PS5 order was a fraud. I got my money back at least. You're fucking kidding! Oh my god! Oh, that is sad. Why? Oh, it's already hard enough to get PS5 as is. How was it a fraud? Like, how was it picked up as a fraudulent thing? Oh. Oh shit. Seriously, PS5s are incredibly hard to come by, and I hate that that's the case. Seriously, what's up with that? I don't remember consoles being so hard to get. And it's been over a year, hasn't it? Or getting close to it? How long has it been since PS5's come out? Has it seriously been this long that a PS5 has been out, or a console has been out, and people are still having such a hard time getting it, and it shouldn't be. And it seems like a conflict of interest because if Sony wants to keep making money on it, they really ought to make sure they're staying in manufactured. They're staying manufactured, so that way they can continue to make money. Otherwise, people are going to sit there and forget about it and say, well, if I'm not going to get their console, I'll get the competitor's console. I mean, that sounds like what they're going to start running into, doesn't it? It's a long story. I'll formulate it. Okay, cool. I would love to hear what the fuck that's all about. Chip shortage because companies are greedy. Yeah, it still pisses me off. I mean, and for that situation that's because they're not treating the is that because they're not treating the workers right and the workers are striking, or is that something else? Because I don't remember. Beast Wizard says, Jorgogo, I want to know too. In a in an era long, long ago, in the yesteryears of the Morrowind. Oh man. Well, actually, what you can probably do, Beast Wizard, is you can feel free to subscribe to him, and the next time he streams, ask him to recount that story. Because weren't you going to stream at some point next week, Jorgogo? Like, I think you were going to stream on Sunday again? Or do I have something confused? I thought you said you were going to try and stream again. And that would be a good time to recount it. And hell, if you wanted to, you could even separate that out. So that way you can have that isolated. Like, oh, here's the story about my PS5 to add into everyone else's story about PS5s. Fucking bullshit. I haven't. I've been avoiding eating anything with Frito Lay and PepsiCo for a while now, and it's not that hard to do. Or if you're on Discord, let me hop on stream for a second because I wasn't kidding. It's a long story. Sure. Yeah. Um, let's get that set up. I just gotta get you on Discord, and then I gotta set it up on uh Streamlabs. So where are you at? Do. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, are you ready for the call? Dragogo? Uh, demand, which made limited supply worse. Yeah, yeah, even there. All right, let me go ahead and throw the voice call through. All right, you should be getting it. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can't. So window capture chat box.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't know if you can be heard on stream yet. Stream on
I'm hearing me and the stream at the
Sunday
same
again?
time.
Okay, you are.
Why is my voice so echoey? Like, wow, I'm in a castle or some crap.
Oh, so you okay? So you can hear Jorgogo. You can hear Jorgogo, Beast Wizard. What the hell? He is a go. Okay, I guess he can hear you. I did turn on the stream for a second, or I unmuted it. So let's make sure that that isn't a problem. Can you speak again, Jorgogo?
Yeah, how am I doing?
All right, do it again.
This is Jor Go-Go. I am the fanciest of all the Go-Go's.
All right, looks like you're picking up on my audio output capture, and I'm on the audio input capture.
All right, cool.
So yeah, all right. So you're being heard. Go ahead, say something one more time so I can hear it from the stream part on my end.
All right, cool. So this
Audio
is
output
Jor
capture,
Go-Go,
and
and
I'm on
I
the
make
audio
crap animation despite me thinking that I'm actually good at it. Yeah, that's me.
input capture.
God, is that
All
you?
right,
Yeah,
cool.
it's me.
So yeah.
My voice is
All right, so you're
very
being
echoey
heard.
right now. What is that?
Go ahead, say. Hold on, my computer's lagging Something on my one end. more time so I can hear it from the stream part on my end. Okay,
All
computer,
right,
you can hurry up.
cool. So this is Jor Go-Go, and
I'm
I
alright.
make crap.
Okay, that sounds good.
Everything's good?
Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds like it's all the same right here. All right.
Oh,
So, you are a bit high on my end. Here we go. All right. That should be good. That should take it down so it's not going in the red.
okay, cool.
All right. So, please recount for us your story about the fraudulent PS5.
All right, so it'd be better if I started from the beginning here. So let me just think back on this. So there was a seller selling a PS5 for like around 550, which is like the lowest I could find like anywhere for like months.
Still
And
scalped.
there was only, yeah, I know. I am part of the problem. I'm part of the problem. I know. Shut up. I'm kidding. But it still wasn't that horrible compared to like everywhere else. But anyway, like I was one of the lucky three that managed to nab one, right? So
Or so you thought.
or
Dun
so I
dun
thought.
dun.
And then like there was some misinformation about this though, because one section on one section of the specs information said it was the digital edition when I tried to nab the standard edition. But the very first thing I looked at, like before I bought it, was scroll down to the specific page, and it said like it did come with a Blu-ray drive, meaning it's the standard edition.
Right.
So there was information that was conflicting other information. So I wanted to double check with the seller, like, hey, is this the standard edition or is this the digital edition? And they did not respond. And I tried to get in touch with them like 5 days later, like, and they still haven't respond. But it was around that 5 day mark. going from October 5th to October 10th. Finally, they offer okay, the first thing I should say this first. They didn't even have any shipping updates either. It was just still stuck on paid but not shipped, right?
Oh.
So around October 10th, 5 days later, it finally updated saying my package was shipped. Here are the tracking numbers, and that's where your package is at. So I was like, okay, cool. You finally acknowledged my package. You finally acknowledged something I paid like around $500+ for.
Yeah, really.
Okay. Uh, here, just when I click the tracking numbers, right, and like according to UPS, the package arrived. It was already delivered 2 days ago, which was hella weird because it didn't even say my address. It just had my city and state on it, and it just said that it was dropped off by my front door, and I forgot the name of what they call it. It's like where they don't require a signature; they just like drop it off right there.
Yeah.
So that was hella weird. So, and this is around like 11, 12 at night. So I'm like, okay, maybe I'll just either this is a kick up from UPS or I'll just call them in the morning because it's obviously late at night. They're not open. But here I am just lying in bed, getting ready for sleep, and I check eBay one more time, just out of the blue. And now eBay is also saying that my package was shipped 2 days ago, and I'm like, oh hell no, hell no. So here I am, just making the so it's already saying that it was delivered, so I can go ahead and make the claim that my package wasn't delivered. This is probably a fraud. I can go ahead and make the claim right now. So that's what I did. I made the claim. I contacted the seller, and and I'm just sleep and I just try to fall asleep over the despite the fact that oh my god, I probably just lost over $500. Still need to fall asleep. But the next morning, I see a message like the only message he ever sent me, by the way. He finally messaged me. And I can't remember word for word he said, but he said, so I am severely sorry because of this epidemic. I please forgive me. I will send you the goods as soon as possible, around 2 business days. And I'm like, oh, all right. I don't know. I didn't say this word for word, but I didn't know what he meant by goods. But I basically said, yes, a refund would be nice, please. Uh,
Oh.
I, because I just a whole bunch of red flags were just firing through my way, and
Yeah.
here's the kicker though. As I'm like playing Hades, like thinking maybe this will all just get resolved. Oh, we are not done yet. Uh tried to eBay got a hold of me to send me an email saying that the the user that I bought a product from was accessed by an unknown third party, which is most likely a fraud. So they've been like taken over or some crap. So
Well then.
it's one hell world, but here
God.
they are. And after that, we are not done yet. The bank contacted me and they were like, "Hey, this like over $500 thing. Did you buy that?" And that's when I told them the whole story. Like, yes, I made the purchase, but now there's a whole bunch of red flags sending my way. This user seems fishy. I already got a hold of eBay. I just want my money. I don't even care about the PS5 anymore. Just give me my money.
Right?
And right. And thankfully, and it just felt good like talking to a professional, talking to anybody basically.
Oh yeah.
So I talked to them. They were saying like, okay, if you don't get the money by the next 3 business days, then just contact us and we'll file a claim for you. And then after that call, I went on ahead and contacted an eBay support agent, like basically just letting him know like, hey, what's going on and whatnot.
Right.
I mean, I can't file a claim yet, but at least they'll be informed. Like this user seems fishy. They can like investigate it if they want. So that's what they told me. Like the item is at least backed up by the eBay money back guarantee. So if I don't get the package and the seller doesn't get back to me, if we don't basically come to an agreeable solution, then hold on. Bless me. Sorry.
But
Sorry. Then they will happily order me a refund regardless of the situation. And then that's over. I'm thinking, okay, maybe I can just calm down just a little bit. Or guy reported his own account for.
yeah.
Okay, I'm about to get to that. I'm about to get to that.
That's what I was
So
wondering.
I I am not done yet. I told you it was a long story, but couple hours later, eBay emailed me again saying like they reviewed the claim and it's all in my favor. I'm getting the money back in the next 3 to 5 business days. I'm thinking, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus. But I'm wondering, whatever happened to those two other people, you know? And like when I was telling this to our friend Justin, he was like, dude, now the seller's now saying that he has 5 more PS5s. So I went ahead and reported his ass.
Yeah.
And after that, the account was suspended. He's gone.
Yeah, funny how yours was the catalyst that turned off because it takes more than one report generally, doesn't it? Or do
He,
they just have to take the time to investigate?
I was about to report it, but I guess Justin did it for me.
Well, like yeah, no, you fucking for one thing, he's clearly scalping. Like we can tell that much. You know.
Scalping and not even selling the consoles. He's just
Now,
saying like, "Hey, I got consoles for sale. Buy my crap." And I don't know, maybe he spent my money on like shoes or something.
see, here's what I kind of wish could have happened, and I guess there's still a little bit of time frame left where it technically could. But let's say the package was real and it got sent out, which means
I
you get a free
I don't know.
PS5.
I don't know because the reason why I say that is because what wouldn't it have my actual address instead of saying like my city and my state on it? You know,
I mean, it should.
yeah, it should, but
I'm just saying, it would be it would be kind of nice to get a break and just have, oh, the PS5 did come.
I,
Just like it just took way longer than expected, but you
that
also still got your money back.
that would be nice, honestly. But it's I'm just glad it's over, man. I'm just glad it's over. All that like all that wait from the past couple of days, like I get to find like it went from oh my god, I'm finally getting a PS5, and now it's oh my god, can I please have my money?
It's like, oh god, why?
Now that problem's out of the way. Now I'm trying to find out why my PS4 won't connect to PSN at all. So one problem down, another one to go.
Yeah, tense pay how it goes. And I mean, I have I gotta see what's going on with that personally. I have no clue.
Listen, I contacted a PlayStation agent today, and even he was frustrated. Like, oh, it even said word for word, "I am frustrated over this." Like he didn't even know what to do.
Oh, that's not exactly a position you want to have someone in.
Yep.
I
It's every troubleshooting thing that I could think of, like every troubleshooting idea that the support pages could give you, every solution they could give. I even contacted the ISP. Nothing works. Like the console can connect to the internet just fine. Like immediately snaps to connecting to the IP address, automatically connects to the internet connection. Like those snaps are successful right away. But when it comes to the PSN connection, like it immediately snaps to fail right after that. Like it goes from successful, and then fail, like immediately after.
Oh,
Like it just like it's like I'm blocked or something, you know? It doesn't even take time to load. It just like snaps.
hmm. Fraudsters all the way down. Yes, absolutely. Fuck them. They can not be alive, and I don't know them, so I find it hard to be able to miss them.
Take it from me. Don't buy something that big from eBay. Just don't. I've learned my lesson the hard way. So just take it from me.
Man,
Just just don't do it.
it's really sucks that people are doing that, and yeah, it seems like they're just doing it to their benefit, but it's also screwing everything else up.
Yeah.
Because people, it makes it harder for people to actually get those PS5s to begin with. Because they bought a ton of them up like an asshole. And like
Uh
if they already
PS
had the money to buy a ton of PS5s, like
right.
God,
Like you can see pictures of like five of them like at a rack. PSN login with a wireless connection. Sorry. I tried wired, I tried a LAN cable, that doesn't work either.
see that's the part that's really weird. That
LAN cable,
that wired connection wouldn't work.
yeah.
But yeah, definitely take it if you want to bring it to my house and try it the same thing on our connection. I do have a cable around here if we want to try that as well.
All
Definitely,
right.
yeah, definitely we'll try that because holy shit, you're not able to do the thing that allows you basically to use your system damn near.
I was just working on artwork one day while Chill Hop was playing through on my PS4 through my TV. And then all of a sudden, it logged me out. It fell flat on its head. And I was just, and the problems just started piling from there.
Ugh,
And that's how it all began. And this was like 2 weeks ago.
god damn. See, and that's just awful. And it's really baffling that the PlayStation doesn't have an answer.
And they don't.
Like, if there was an answer, my assumption, and hopefully I'm not wrong, but my assumption is they would be able to tell you, hey, this is what's wrong. Uh, is it just your account? Um, well, if your account is still active, well, even then, you'd still be able. Well, where does it stop?
Like I can still connect to PSN through my mobile app, like just fine, but like where it stops, really, it's like it's this is also weird. Like sometimes like works, sometimes you have to keep pushing for it to work. And right now, like I completely initialized the PS4 again after like the sixth time after it's basically a factory reset. And here I am trying
Oof.
to reconnect my put put my PlayStation account back in, and now it's immediately snapping to like a network error.
See, that sounds like something that should be easy to fix because if it's a network area, it sounds like okay, I just need to reboot my internet.
That's
But
what it sounded like, but I
right,
contacted the ISP, and even with the port forwarding, even though the ports are open for the PlayStation, it's still no dice.
God, that's just weird. That's just weird. It's because that should work. If your network is the problem, putting a wire on it would work. Like I would totally understand if for whatever reason, um, it didn't work because it just wasn't connecting wirelessly. But when you put a wire on it, it should work. Like that's just weird.
I'm all the solution. I'm just completely out of solutions.
Yeah. I definitely want to see it for myself.
Xbox is about to be my new best friend.
Gonna be talking about my new best friend.
Friendship ended with PlayStation. Xbox is now my new best friend.
Oh, ow. Um. Well, I mean, at least Nintendo's working.
Yeah, I guess so.
I gotta be honest. I don't think I've ever had any problems with Nintendo working.
Yeah, me neither, honestly. They've always
Um.
worked for me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they coined the term Nintendium. Do you know why?
I think you told me once.
I'm pretty sure I have. Do you remember?
I do not know. Have you tried logging in with a different PSN account? I don't think I have. I don't know any other accounts to go by.
Uh, when we get the chance, we can get one of our friends to see if they
Oh,
can get into it
all right.
and see if that works, I guess.
I suppose so.
Because otherwise, I'm running out of ideas. There's just not much else. It's like, oh, I
It,
guess it's just gone.
I guess
Shit.
it has to be either a network error or a hardware issue.
That's what I'm worried about. Well, you haven't had to plug anything in. And aside from the disk drive, isn't the PS4 all solid state?
I think so.
If it's
I want
solid
to.
state, there shouldn't be any problems unless it just somehow got too hot, which is very unlikely.
Yeah.
Uh, Nin- Nintendo, the Nokia of gaming. Pretty much. Yeah, Nintendium is the term that was given to Nintendo products because they could withstand ridiculous circumstances like people running over their N64s and stuff like that, and it's still working just fine. Or the Game Boy that survived the atomic bomb in Hiroshima, and still works today.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, a Game Boy survived some kind of atomic or nuclear or fission explosion or something, and it still works. You can turn it on.
that's impressive.
It is impressive. That's Nintendium for you. But then you get, something else and it's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to play this? Sorry, but you're going to have to." And I can't say that as much about the Switch because of the damn Joy-Cons.
Oh yeah, and the Horde release.
Yeah. Um I think, I mean, it's still a great console, but it's just not as durable. And then when you make the majority of the console also screen, I mean, the screens are just weak points, unfortunately. But the back of it's probably fucking durable as hell. Oh man, yeah, it's definitely interesting. Um, at least when Danny's PS4 has been pretty. I mean, it's been reliable so far, and it's an old one. Joy Cons, the flaw of Nintendium. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd agree. I'd have to agree with you there. It is a bit of a flawed product. If it wasn't for the fact that I guess whatever they used for the damn joysticks is just, it wears out too easy. So I mean, it just ends up destroying the internal part, so it just drifts all the time and gets stuck.
Yeah.
That sucks. Uh, so PS4 that's at our house has been working just fine. It's been able to connect and everything. Um,
I'm wondering if there's some kind of firewall that's like preventing it from connecting.
Has anything changed as far as the hell? Has anything
Not
changed?
really. My PC can connect just fine. My Switch can connect just fine. Like, I am wondering, maybe the recent update for the PS4 had something to do with it because I have no idea. Like, why would it be preventing, almost literally preventing my PS4 to connect to the PSN, despite it's saying that it's connected to the internet. I can somewhat connect to HBO Max. I can somewhat connect to the PS Store. It's like every time I try to like put my account back in, it doesn't even load. It doesn't even say like connection time timeout. No, it just snaps right back to the error code telling me that I can't connect to PSN.
That sounds like some BS.
Right, there has to be something.
Yeah, that's definitely a very. I If there's something internal that's messing it up, I would like to think it's software rather than hardware. Like you're
Why
saying.
me?
Well, someone has to be the guinea pig, I guess. Uh,
I just am tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. I am rage, fury, irritation, humiliation.
yeah, I mean, I get that. I have been very fortunate that I have had very seldom had problems, and when I did, it was because I had the product for a decade.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, so my first GameCube I got in like, damn, what was it? It was like 2002, 2003, I think. And I forget. It was whatever year that they did that promotional thing for the Zelda Collector's Edition with the GameCube. And that was my first GameCube. It was a black one. And it
Oh
was it was probably almost a decade, I think, before it was starting to go kind of messed up. And that was because of the internals. The eye wouldn't was having a problem reading stuff. So just over time, I guess it just the that eye, one of the few mechanical parts in it, that stuff was just getting messed up because it's moving parts and they wear out.
yeah.
So that so eventually I got a new one, and I don't remember if that was brand new or if that was just found somewhere. I really don't remember. In any case, that was back when you didn't really have internal memory, so you had to use memory cards, which means you didn't lose anything if you lost the console, which is a very different case than it is today.
I'm sorry. Okay, Ellie, you need to get off of the desk. There you go.
Cats.
I know. Hey, wait. I think I found something. I think I found a workaround. Hold up. My internet Spectrum, and I'm just now seeing an article. It was posted back in April, but still, Spectrum and Sony working to fix PlayStation Network Wi-Fi connectivity issue, says report. Workaround inside. Okay.
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
I don't know if this is something I should be like saying, like thinking out loud, like on your stream.
Oh, you're good. Listen, this is a talk show for shits and giggles. Like, this is literally a show where we talk about random bullshit to fill up nonsensical time. And like, it can be interesting, or it can mean a lot, or it can mean nothing and still be okay.
Users have tried resetting their PlayStation alongside rebuilding the database, but the issue still persists. Yep. Me too. Yes.
God damn it, Sony.
Let's see. Also, a user has reported that changing the primary and secondary DNS to 1111, 1001 respectively solves the issue. Moreover, this workaround appears to solve the Wi-Fi connectivity issue for several users. However, it is not a permanent fix. Huh, interesting.
Oh, that's because eventually I think an update would reload that software.
Yeah,
I
let's
think.
see.
I think.
This
Uh,
further indicates that Spectrum and Sony will provide a proper fix for a said issue on a larger scale. The official at Spectrum Twitter handle has been responding to affected users by stating that they are aware of the issue. Hopefully, the service provider and tech giant addresses the connectivity problem soon, as it has been causing inconvenience to users. What's weird that this was back in April.
hold on. Couldn't use flash drives today. Oh yeah, in regards to memory on the consoles. Okay. Yeah, if it's back in April, it's October.
Oh, right. And I'm
How the
just now getting
how
this
the
at September.
well, how the hell did the people that that you called, that you got a hold of, didn't know about that?
Right.
Like they didn't have any information saying, because okay, so whenever there's issues, there's a record of those issues, and you can look up by looking up the symptoms, right?
Yeah.
That's generally how these work on their end. So they have like a whole thing of systems, and like, okay, that's that issue, and you're having it, and it's not being alleviated by doing the normal things you would do. Oh wait, there's a whole bunch of times where this has been an issue and it still hasn't been properly revolved. Free PS5 for those affected /s. If only.
Redfall.
Um, if it sounds like, I don't know, it's just weird that they didn't know that. They didn't have that information, or if they even looked it up. I wasn't there during your phone call in your house or anything, so I don't know.
It's probably like it's customer service. Like obviously, customer service. Like I don't think any representative would have all the answers. So I'm probably
Well,
gonna,
no,
if
but
this doesn't work, I'm probably gonna like contact them again. I am gonna contact them again. It's just I don't know a matter of when. If I'm like totally out of options because I have one more option left, and that's that DNS server.
well, I mean, one thing that could be done, well, because the problem is it's not permanent right now.
Yeah.
So ideally, what should happen is there's eventually a software update that you can get, but if you still can't connect to it, that update's not going to do anything for you
Yeah, probably not.
until you do the workaround at least. What kind of
I even
bullshit is
tried
that?
that. I even tried the 8888 and the 8844. That doesn't work at all.
Mm. Yeah, you can't really get into these systems like you can a computer, can you?
Not really.
Because like it's saying, okay, you need to change some code somewhere. It's like, oh, well, that's fan fucking tastic. It's not like it's the PS Classic that didn't syskey it.
Yeah.
I think, or is it? Wait, is the PS4 syskeyed, or is it open?
I'm pretty sure it's this key.
But do you know?
No, I don't.
What if it's not?
What if
It's
I'm duped?
like, I was just thinking, it's like, oh my god, I can make this PS4 way better now. Oh
Just
man,
jailbreak it.
probably can. I find it weird that when these situations happen, there isn't automatically a thing going around. Like there should have been a newsletter that went around in your email initially, not through both Spectrum and through PlayStation. They should have both
Hmm?
sent you an email saying the same thing. Hey, there's problems between Spectrum and us, or Sony and us. with network issues. Please bear with us as we are trying to fix it permanently, but here are some temporary fixes until then.
Yeah.
That's what they should have done, but they didn't. And they need to get their shit together. Of course, these fucking companies. You know, there's so much these companies do that just seems to screw things up, and then trying to alleviate it's a nightmare because you can't get a hold of them. Like, I'm still going back and forth with the IRS just to get my damn tax return.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Still?
yes. It said I didn't do my authentication, but I definitely did. I tried to do it twice, and it said I already did the thing, and then I got a letter saying I didn't do the authentication and verification of my ID, and I was like, fuck you, I did, and I try and call them. I've tried to call them several days, and it's like, oh, we're sorry, but the call volume is so high that we can't take your call right now. Please call later.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh, that's fan-fucking-tastic, and it's never been open. I have
Wow.
never talked with anyone. And I remember I even tried calling the local IRS close to us, and no, they're not open either. In fact, you can't even walk in, but you still have to be able to get in contact with them to do anything related to them.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's got that's painful.
it is. And it's $866 that I could be using right now. Do you know how many PS5s I could have gotten with that? 1.5.
1.5. Just like cut you just half of a PS5 here. Some parts.
Yeah, you can have the scraps.
Do what you want with the CPU or whatever's left of it.
Mm-hmm. Oh man.
Alrighty. I'm gonna try that method one more time, then I'm gonna go hit the hay.
All right, I'm gonna. Yeah, I was about to close the stream out. It's getting to. Is just about to hit 5 hours.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
All right, I
Seriously,
guess.
at some point, I really do want to try doing a 24-hour stream, but that terrifies the fuck out of me because I can barely stay awake during the day,
Right, same.
and I also don't want to drink too much caffeine and then die because my heart decided it was gonna jump out of my face through my throat and then not be in my chest cavity.
I want oxygen. All right, I'll see you later.
All right, take it easy, Dorgogo.
All right, you as well.
So that. All right, let's close that out and get back to the stream. All right, so as you heard, I think I'm going to end the stream right here after 5 nice, beautiful hours, I suppose. Thank you for watching. Feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you want to be my buddy. And always remember, you have potential. And if you have any interest in me talking about something like this, feel free to let me know in the comments below, or if you want to get in my Discord, which is in the description below, feel free to jump in and let me know. I'll be happy to talk about most things or whatever, currently avoiding politics, religion, and relatively controversial shit, preferably in the area of video games, movies, games, more games, board games, music, fandoms, things like that. I'll be happy to talk about those kind of things. YouTube. You guys have a great night.